Chapter 641. Why are you in such a hurry? When Jean Maluo opened his mouth, the realm master immediately spoke. The outcome of the duel has not been decided yet. We do not know if Su Yun is dead or alive. How can we be sure that you have one? Jean Maluo shook his head. You don't believe in my cloud, heavenly palace magic treasure? Yes, sir, the realm master said without any trace of politeness. Such an answer made people speechless, but Jean Maluo was not angry. He looked at her, and after a moment of silence, he said indifferently, since that's the case, then let's wait a little longer. We'll be over soon anyway. Jean Maluo's words were also very impolite, but looking at the current situation, the outcome seemed to have been decided. How? At this moment, the roars of 10,000 beasts sounded out from the surroundings of the tree of nature once again. Compared to before, this sound was even more excited and loud, causing people to feel inexplicable. Everyone looked around, only to see that the bodies of the 10,000 beasts were all releasing bursts of light at the same time. Not only that, even the surrounding plants and rocks were releasing a mystical halo. A strange scene appeared once again. This is? Xiao Changtian's face changed drastically. This light was the same as the light that Su Yun had produced when he activated his technique. In other words, Su Yun was not dead yet. This is bad. Long Jiang, who was supporting the gigantic mountain, changed his expression. He seemed to have sensed something. And at this moment, an unforgettable scene that everyone present would never forget for the rest of their lives appeared. The moment the bodies of these beasts blossomed with light, every beast, every tree, every stalk of grass, and every flower had a transparent qi sword floating above them. Some of the swords were incomparably huge, like mountains, while others were small and shallow, like silver needles. In all directions, countless qi swords floated. The people were in the qi swords, and the swords were outside the people's bodies. They were densely packed, covering the sky and covering the sun. Such a change could be said to be a miracle. What is this? Jean Maluo's face changed. He looked around, only to see that in the air, there were all these strange qi swords floating, and there were even countless of qi swords coming out from the flowers, plants, birds, and beasts. The spectacular scene stunned everyone. Feeling the profound strength, spirit energy, and sword energy that leaked out from the sword, everyone understood. This is the profound technique. Rong Muk exclaimed. It's Big Brother's profound technique. This must be his brother's profound technique. He's still alive. That's great. He's still alive. Hu Qianmei cried out in surprise. But she forgot that if anything happened to Su Yun, she would also be affected. The Nebula Sword Venerable, Qin Wenrong, and Dao Xing all raised their heads to look. This sword qi is amazing. Nebula Sword Sage looked around and looked at the sword qi floating in the air. His eyes were burning with passion. This sword qi is not as sharp as the usual sword qi. On the contrary, it is exquisite based on spirituality. This sword qi is similar to the Nebula Sword Qi of my sect. Although they are both wonderful, this sword qi is still inferior to my Lucky Sword sex. This should be Su Yun's profound technique, right? This kind of move was somewhat like a move of the limitless sword art. Remember the rumors of the limitless sword art? Wasn't it like this? Touching wood to obtain a sword, breaking water to offer a sword. Anything could be used in battle. Back then, Limitless Sword Ancestor was alone, but no one dared to provoke him. Dao Xing said in a deep voice. With that said, everyone's face became serious. Dao Xing's words made everyone remember the rumors about the Limitless Sword Ancestor in the sword world back then. Rustle, 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 rustle. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air exploded. Just like an arrow brushing against the air, the qi swords floating in the air all moved. One by one, they charged towards the incomparably huge mountain. Whether it was the big sword or the small sword, they all disregarded everything else. At this moment, it was the true meaning of the 10,000 swords returned to origin. With the mountain as the center, the qi swords attacked viciously. When the first sword touched the mountain, The following swords followed like raindrops. If it was only a single sword, it would not be able to shake this mysterious mountain. But at this moment, there were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of chi swords attacking at the same time. The power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, how could Long Jiang, who was completely focused on killing Su Yun, split his energy to deal with these chi swords? The gigantic mountain was baptized by the endless sword streams. The chi swords clashed crazily, without stopping at all, and regardless of whether it was the powerful and huge chi swords or the weak and short swords, they seemed to not be destroyed. The powerful ones could cut off a mountain, and the weak ones could also leave behind a clear sword mark. Long Jiang's face suddenly turned pale white, looking at the sharp swords that were constantly moving, and the gigantic mountain that was gradually shattering. His heart seemed to be trembling along with the flag on the mountain. Finally, boom! The gigantic mountain seemed to have reached its limit and was completely shattered by the countless chi swords around it. The insides of the mountain exploded. The crushed rocks flew everywhere. The profound chi wantonly. The destructive aura spread out in all directions like ripples. Seeing that, Realm Master immediately released a circle of profound strength, wrapping around the destructive aura that rushed out from the gigantic mountain. A ray of emerald green light shot into that direction, touching the destructive aura and purifying it. After the gigantic mountain shattered, Long Jiang had already vomited 3 liters of blood. He staggered a few times and fell to the ground. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the gigantic mountain, only to see a figure floating there. This figure held a small flag in his hand, and around him was a light white chi cover. Imperial equipment. Long Jiang immediately came to a realization. To be able to withstand the attack of the gigantic mountain's multicolored light, I'm afraid that the grade of this Imperial equipment must be within the 10th rank. Long Jiang spoke weakly, his eyes filled with endless unwillingness. How could he have thought that Su Yun would actually have such a terrifying thing? Su Yun removed the Imperial equipment and stared coldly at the battered and exhausted Long Jiang, the endless chi swords circling around his body. What kind of move is this? Or could it be that this is a magic treasure? Long Jiang clenched his fists tightly, staring at the chi swords that filled the sky. He said coldly, "This is the limitless sword arts. The first sword of the middle 2 swords, the sword of all spirits." Su Yun said indifferently, "Sword of all spirits." Long Jiang was startled for a moment, but very quickly, he revealed a look of understanding. "No wonder the myriad spirit dynasty submitted to you. So it was because of this sword technique. You're wrong." Su Yun shook his head. "All spirits did not submit to me, but became friends with me." He waved his hand lightly, and a slender sword circled around him like a light and agile bird. "These swords are all my close friends, not my subjects, my subordinates, and even more so, they do not belong to me. They have appeared here today and are all fighting for me. I'm not fighting for my life." He said indifferently. The previous technique was actually to communicate with the 10,000 spirits. With the existence of these chi swords, Su Yun's own profound strength did not consume much energy. After all, he had to deal with the attacks from the inside of the gigantic mountain. Hearing that, Long Jiang was stunned for a long time, and after a long while, he revealed a bitter smile. "With the assistance of 10,000 spirits, the sword is my best friend. I've never heard of such a sword technique before. However, the world is vast, and there are countless sword techniques in the world. There are many that I've never heard of. I just didn't expect to be defeated by such a sword technique today. It's not an injustice, but I'm not convinced." Saying that, he stood up again. With profound chi in one hand, he said with a cold gaze, "Su Yun, don't be too complacent. I haven't lost yet." With that, he urged the profound technique again, wanting to fight with Su Yun for the last time. But at this time, Su Yun no longer had the slightest thought of showing mercy. Previously, Liu Exen had been careless for a moment, which was why she was heavily injured. Now, if she did not seize the opportunity to kill Long Jiang, then the outcome of the battle would be difficult to determine. Long Zhang's hands moved quickly. He gathered the profound qi in his body to his chest. He took a deep breath. It was unknown what spell he was going to use, but in Su Yun's eyes, all of this was a deathbed struggle. He opened his blood-red eyes and stared straight at Long Jiang, and finally rushed over without a care for anything else. Just as Su Yun was sprinting, the qi swords that were circling in the air also started to move. They were like warriors that followed the general to charge into battle, following the flow of the man. Like falling into the Milky Way, they fiercely attacked Long Jiang. Such a spectacular and shocking scene was something that many people would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. Lin Yang's sword strike. Long Jiang roared. He waved both of his hands in the air, and a gigantic qi sword rushed out from his two-handed sword, piercing straight at Su Yun. This was impressively the qi sword formed from Long Jiang's source energy, and it was also his last attack. But, facing this qi sword, Su Yun was not afraid at all. At this moment, if Long Jiang did not die, then Su Yun would die. There was no third possibility. Facing the descent of the tens of thousands of divine swords, the gigantic sword seemed incomparably small. The first sword struck the qi sword, but quickly bounced off and attacked Long Jiang. Long Jiang's body twitched, and his chest was pierced by the qi sword. Blood gushed out, sword qi wreaked havoc, and then the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, rustle, 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 the 10,000 swords fell to the ground like countless missiles striking the ground. The entire gate of nature trembled crazily. The sounds of explosions were endless. The sky was filled with dust. The turbulent, profound qi filled the entire sky. The destructive power caused the surrounding people to tremble in fear. Even Jin Maoyuo's face was deathly pale, his eyes wide open as he looked at the spectacular scene in shock. No one on either side spoke. There were only lifeless faces and eyeballs that seemed as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. The ground was still shaking, and the sound of the explosion was so loud that it almost broke people's eardrums. It was as if the people here were watching an apocalyptic calamity. What kind of terrifying sword technique was this? Even the people of Sword World, who mainly focused on swords, were incomparably shocked. This kind of sword technique, placed in Sword World, could be said to be at the peak of existence. It was like the end of the world. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the explosion finally stopped. After the smoke dissipated, the scene in front of them had completely stunned everyone on both sides. Chapter 642. Abyss. A huge abyss. It was like the mouth of a demon, the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast, appearing in front of everyone's line of sight. That was the place where Su Yun and Long Jiang fought. That empty space had long since disappeared, and a bottomless abyss announced the result of the battle to the crowd. Su Yun floated in the air. The tens of thousands of qi swords were still circling around him, and as for Long Jiang, he had long disappeared without a trace. The people of Sword World were stunned. What kind of terrifying attack was this? Not only were there no bones left, even his soul could no longer be seen. What the hell is going on? Is that the limitless sword arts? Star Sword Sovereign's face was petrified as he looked at the abyss, at the person floating above the abyss, and said in a daze, "This destructive power, I'm afraid even the existence of the Sky Spirit Master would not be able to use it. Is Su Yun really only at the third stage of the Sky Spirit Master?" Dao Xing's face darkened, and his voice became serious. This sword intent, this sword qi, how can a third stage Sky Spirit Master existence be able to do it? This Su Yun is truly amazing. I'm afraid that even if I were to face this attack, it would be difficult for me to take it. Qin Wenrong stared at Su Yun, and a trace of emotion surfaced on his face. And what is even more shocking is that Su Yun still has more than enough profound qi. The stronger the profound technique is, the more profound qi is consumed. According to normal practice, Su Yun should be exhausted, but he is still safe and sound. This person is not simple. Sighs and exclamations could be heard non-stop. Xiao Chang Tian and Phoenix Lady's faces were extremely ugly. The two of them had gloomy faces. The surprise in their eyes had long since been replaced by anger. The chi swords that were circling around Su Yun's body gradually disappeared, and the countless beasts in all directions also retreated. The light on their bodies slowly dissipated. The flowers and trees returned to normal. The miraculous sword chi and spirit energy in the air gradually dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Su Yun waved his hand, keeping all the flying swords on the ground back into the sword sheath. Then, with a light step, he stepped into the Realm Tree's camp. Just as he landed on the ground, Hu Qianmei, who was on the other side, had already pounced into Su Yun's embrace with red eyes. She hugged Su Yun's tiger waist tightly, using a lot of strength and profound strength, as though she was afraid that if she let go, she would lose him. Su Yun only felt that his waist was being strangled uncomfortably, and the place on his chest that was being ambushed by the small head slowly became hot and humid. He could see Hu Qianmei's small head moving slightly, as though she was sobbing. From the looks of it, Hu Qianmei was truly frightened this time. "You're crying?" Su Yun could not help but ask with a smile. She rarely saw Hu Qianmei cry. "No, I'm smiling." Hu Qianmei's head was still buried inside. He said in a muffled voice, but his voice was trembling. "Then raise your head and let me see. Let's watch." Hu Qianmei loosened her grip and secretly pinched Su Yun's waist, then raised her exquisite head, only to see that there were no tears on her face, and her eyes were not red, but there were traces of profound strength floating on her face. It seemed that Hu Qianmei had used the profound strength to evaporate her tears. "I won't cry. You idiot. If you want to die, what does that have to do with me? I'll be happy if you die." Hu Qianmei snorted and said, but her words were too insincere. With that said, Hu Qianmei felt her cheeks burning. She had lied countless times in her life, but today's lie, she swore that it was the worst lie she had ever lied in her life. Su Yun laughed even more happily. He did not reply, which made Hu Qianmei even more embarrassed. "Su Yun, are you all right?" Just then, the Realm Master led Rong Yuk and the rest over. At this moment, the people of Realm Tree were all looking at Su Yun with eyes filled with shock and admiration. No one thought that Su Yun would actually be so brave. Not only did he kill Ziming, he even defeated Long Jiang in one fell swoop, won 2 rounds in a row for the Wanhua realm, and saved him from danger. The people who were previously scoffing at Su Yun no longer dared to say a word. On the contrary, excited cheers and applause slowly floated out from the crowd. "Realm Master." Su Yun laughed, cupped his fists, and said. Realm Master slightly nodded and said softly, "Thank you for stepping forward this time. If not for you, our Wanhua realm would never have won this duel." "Thank you." Realm Master spoke very seriously. Her sweet and melodious voice was pleasing to the ears. "You don't have to thank me." Su Yun laughed indifferently. "You all insist on not handing Qianmei over to all empty sect. This is already a great favor to me. Furthermore, the other party's goal this time is not only to obtain the Wanhua realm, but also to take Qianmei's life. How can I sit back and do nothing? But no matter what, you saved our Wanhua realm," Realm Master said softly. Hearing that, Su Yun laughed and did not refute. "Realm Master, your calculations are correct. If not for Su Yun this time, I'm afraid we would have been defeated a long time ago." Romyuk laughed and said. Realm Master nodded her head, then looked at Su Yun from head to toe and said, "You don't seem to be injured. This is all thanks to your Wanhua seed." Su Yun laughed. "This seed is truly magical. When I was sucked into the mountain by Long Jiang, my body was attacked by the multicolored light, and more than half of it was destroyed, but this seed released its own power to resist the terrifying multicolored light, allowing me to escape. If not for this seed, Su Yun would have died a long time ago." With that, Su Yun took out the seed and gave it to Realm Master. If not for this seed, Su Yun would definitely not dare to use the power of the Death Sword and the power of the Heavenly Crystal. With the amplification of these powers, his profound chi was almost endless. Even if he activated the Devil Bone Giant, he would still be able to unleash the first sword of the limitless sword arts, the All-Spirit Sword, and could even activate the Imperial equipment to protect his body. It had to be known that regardless of whether it was activating the All-Spirit Sword or using the Imperial equipment, to fight against the multicolored light inside the strange, gigantic mountain. It would consume a large amount of profound qi. If it was the usual Su Yun, he would have most likely died from the exhaustion of the profound qi. But today was different, with such a series of amplifications. Even Longjiang Xianjiner was not Su Yun's match. Realm Master stared at the Wanhua seed, but did not accept it. Instead, she said softly, "Su Yun, you don't have to hand it over to me. I'll give this magic treasure to you as a gift of thanks for helping us through this calamity." Su Yun was startled. He originally wanted to refuse, but thinking that what he needed the most right now was a treasure like the Wanhua seed, he hesitated for a moment, and then nodded and accepted it. "If that's the case, then I really have to thank Realm Master." Su Yun cupped his fists and said. Everyone was talking happily, and laughter could be heard continuously. Su Yun had brought them hope when they were in despair, and it could be said that at this time, all the people of Realm Tree had already treated Su Yun as the benefactor of the Wanhua realm. On Xiao Changtian's side, all of them had cold faces. How could this be? How could Su Yun win? How could Long Jiang lose? Impossible. This is impossible. Phoenix Lady's face was pale white as she shouted involuntarily at Xiao Changtian. "Changtian, how could this be? How could we lose? It's impossible for Su Yun to defeat Long Jiang. It's impossible for him to win." Feng knew, although I don't want to believe it either at this moment, this is the truth. Xiao Changtian clenched his fists and said softly. His expression was extremely ugly, and at the moment, his heart was filled with anger and helplessness. "I don't care." Just as Xiao Changtian finished speaking, Phoenix Lady shouted angrily. Her eyes were red, filled with killing intent. She said angrily, "I don't care about the outcome of this duel. I don't care who wins or loses. I don't care about any of that. I only care about my son. I only care about my son. I only want to avenge my son. Whoever kills my son, I want that person to die." Phoenix Lady gritted her teeth and roared. At this moment, it was as if she did not care about anything else, even if it was the rules of the Wanhua realm. She did not care. Seeing that, Xiao Changtian frowned and said softly, "Phoenix, don't be anxious. Let's see how father-in-law deals with this." Then, just as Xiao Changtian finished speaking, Jean Maluo, who was in front, spoke up. Jean Maluo snorted coldly and shouted with killing intent. "The people of Wanhua realm sure have guts. You actually dare to violate the duel rules of my sword world, interfere with the duel, and use improper means to win the duel competition. Despicable, truly despicable." As soon as he said this, the boiling scene immediately quietened down. On the other side of the realm tree, pairs of eyes looked at Jean Maluo in astonishment. "Elder Jean, what do you mean by that?" Realm Master looked at Jean Maluo with her watery eyes and said indifferently, "What do you mean?" Jean Maluo said coldly, "Realm Master, I have to ask you this." "Ask me?" Realm Master frowned. "Let me ask you, when Su Yun and Long Jiang were fighting, did you use any profound technique on the center of the battlefield?" Jean Maluo asked. With that said, Rong Myuk immediately shouted, "Long Jiang's magic treasure has been shattered. The qi inside is like a sword, blowing in all directions. If Realm Master does not use a technique to purify the qi, not to mention that we will be injured, even the living beings near the gate of nature will not be able to escape this calamity. This is reasonable. Furthermore, Realm Master's method did not affect the two of them fighting. How can it be considered as violating the rules of the duel? How can this not be considered a violation?" Jean Maluo snorted. "This is the rule of fighting in my sword world. When fighting, both sides will fight until the last moment, until one side dies or the other side surrenders, and no one is allowed to interfere. Realm Master, I do not know if that spell of yours is really purifying that qi, or if you're secretly helping Su Yun. Anyway, no one will know. After all, a mere third stage of the Sky Spirit Master actually killed a fifth stage of the Sky Spirit Master expert who has been through hundreds of battles. I am afraid no one will believe such a thing, right?" With that said, the people of Realm Tree were immediately agitated and were extremely angry. Are you planning to deny your loss?" Rong Myuk said angrily. How can you say that you lost and didn't admit it? Our Cloud Heavenly Palace did not lose at all. It was just that you guys used despicable methods to win the last round. From this, it can be seen that this round does not count. Jean Maluo said indifferently. Shameless. Yang Lang and the rest all cursed. But so what? Jean Maluo, on the other hand, grabbed onto this weakness that was not a weakness and forcefully denied this duel. Chapter 643. Realm Master stared at Jean Maluo quietly, not saying a word. The people of Realm Tree could no longer hold it in. All of their faces were flushed red, looking extremely resentful. Jean Maluo's words were like sparks, igniting their anger. Now that things have come to this, what do you want? Do you want to start a war with us? Rong Myuk suppressed his anger and asked Jean Maluo. Start a war? Not for the time being. What I mean is we will send out another contestant and redo this final duel. Jean Maluo shook his head and said indifferently, What? A new duel? Rong Myuk was startled. No, it wasn't easy for us to win. How can it not count? Are all the people of Cloud Heavenly Palace so despicable? That's right. What if we win again and you don't admit it? What should we do then? You are so shameless. How can we compete with you again? Continuing to compete is just a waste of time. No matter how much you talk to these scoundrels, it's just a waste of time. Yang Lang and the rest scolded and scoffed at Jean Maluo's actions. However, Cloud Heavenly Palace and all empty sect were not to be outdone, and their disciples started to shout as well. Hey, I say, are the people of the Wanhua realm afraid? If you don't dare, then obediently admit defeat and fulfill your promise according to the previous agreement, so as not to send anyone else to their deaths. Using such a despicable method to win against senior brother Long Jiang, you still have the face to be complacent? Hee, when did the people of the Wanhua realm become so shameless? The all-empty sect disciples were the happiest. Their voices were ear-piercing and unpleasant to hear, causing people to be infuriated. Since your Cloud Heavenly Palace wants to fight. Just as the scene was in an uproar, a clear and melodious female voice suddenly came out. It was the Realm Master. 10,000 pairs of eyes were focused on her. She slowly opened her mouth. A pair of beautiful and resplendent eyes gently looked at Jean Maluo and said indifferently, All right then, in this last round, we, the people of Wanhua Realm, can start fighting again. But in this last round, I will be the one fighting. How about it? When these words were said, the entire audience was silent. Jean Maluo's face changed drastically. He was speechless. Although most of the people in the Wanhua realm were not good at fighting, the girl in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. Jean Maluo knew his own strength. Against the Realm Master, he most likely did not have any chance of winning. Only now do I understand that agreeing to this boring duel was a mistake. Realm Master spoke again. Her eyes gradually became cold. She quietly stared at Jean Maluo and the rest, and slowly said, Actually, even if our Wanhua realm really wins the duel, it would be useless. Regardless of whether we win or lose, the result would be the same. You won't stop here, and you won't give up just like that. Because in your hearts, you don't fear us at all. That's why you dare to act so lawlessly here, right? Hearing that, Jean Maluo's expression changed. Realm Master, what do you mean by this? You still don't understand? Realm Master suddenly raised her fair and slender jade arm and said indifferently, Our Wanhua realm refuses to continue this boring duel with you and has decided to use force to end this matter. Now, I will give you all one last warning. If you are still unwilling to leave, then I will destroy all of you at all costs. I will kill all of you, and not a single one of you will be left alive. Although these words were spoken in a very light tone, like a young lady talking to her lover, there was a dense killing intent hidden within, indicating the determination of the Realm Lord right now. The people from the Sword World were caught unprepared. Looking at the people of Realm Tree, everyone was already of one mind, and were extremely angry at the people of Sword World. If they were to fight at this time, the Realm Tree side would be filled with angry soldiers, and all of them would not hesitate to vent their anger on the people of Sword World. Jean Maluo restrained his surprise, and his face darkened. Realm Master, are you serious? Do you think I should be joking at a time like this? Realm Master said indifferently. In that case, you refuse to continue the duel? And you are no longer responsible for the death of my grandson, Xiao Huailin? Jean Maluo asked again. We were sincere in resolving this matter, but you are not sincere in resolving this matter. Instead, you are here to cause trouble. Our hearts are not in harmony, so no matter how much we say or do, it will be useless. Since that's the case, why waste any more time? The Realm Master said indifferently, and then waved her hand. In an instant, all the realm tree soldiers around the Gate of Nature stared at the people of Sword World. All of their faces were filled with an unprecedented seriousness, as though a great battle was about to break out. Seeing the attitude of the people of Wanhua Realm, it was truly unexpected for the people of Sword World. But Jean Maluo did not dare delay, and immediately waved his hand. In that moment, the people of Cloud Heavenly Palace assumed a fighting stance. Seeing that, Xiao Changtian immediately gave the orders, ordering the disciples of all empty sect to prepare to fight, while Star Sword Sovereign, Dao Xing, Qin Wenrong, and the others also responded. All the disciples of the sects formed a formation, took out their weapons, and prepared to fight. The scene was tense and confrontational, and the atmosphere was especially solemn to the point it was suffocating. Jean Maluo stared coldly at Realm Master, while Realm Master looked back indifferently. Towards all of this, she did not panic at all. Realm Master, let me remind you, once this battle begins, you have provoked the entire Cloud Heavenly Palace. Maybe the Cloud Heavenly Palace is not a match for your Wanhua realm, but what about the entire Sword World? Can your Wanhua realm people deal with it? Jean Maluo said coldly. Then, if we don't fight now, when? When your Sword World has already invaded the Wanhua realm, and when you slowly devour the entire Wanhua realm, I will then regroup and fight with you. The Realm Master said indifferently. Please do not misunderstand. I am only here to seek justice for my grandson. From the beginning to the end, I did not plan to do anything to the Wanhua realm. Jean Maluo said. Then why cede the land? Don't you need some compensation? There's no compensation. Jean Maluo shook his head and said coldly, Realm Master, you have not been in power for long, you are still young, and do not understand the situation of the 10,000 realms, which is why you are so impulsive. Do you not understand the consequences of starting a war? If you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? In short, it is impossible to give up the land and hand it over. Don't you want to seek justice from us? Then come, let's see whose fist is bigger. Without waiting for the Realm Master to speak, the gigantic tree lord in the distance could not help but spit it out. Its deep and resounding voice immediately exploded out, causing the people of Sword World to feel dizzy. Although Jean Maluo's attitude was firm, most of the people present could tell that Jean Maluo still did not wish to fight with the Realm Master. After all, the current people were completely unable to fight against the Realm Master. If he knew that the Realm Master was prepared, he would not have only brought these few people. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more tense, Su Yun frowned. He thought for a while, then walked over and said to the Realm Master, Realm Master, since the other party is here for us, I think we should leave the Wanhua realm as soon as possible. Only then will we be able to resolve the crisis in the Wanhua realm. Hearing that, Realm Master shook her head. Killing Hu Qianmei to avenge Xiao Huailin is just an excuse. Their real goal is still the Wanhua realm. But it is useless for the two of you to stay here. You are not from the Wanhua realm after all. It is better for you to leave quickly. I will let Yang Lang lead you guys to the Linglong Mountain. You guys leave from the dark place and return to the ultimate martial world. The ultimate martial world is filled with powerful people, even the people of the Sword World. Do not dare to mess around there. You guys can go now. Hearing that, Su Yun nodded his head. Without hesitation, he pulled Hu Qianmei and left. The current situation was not something he could control. Although the Realm Master had treated him well, he had already asked for a favor in the duel, so there was no need for him to fight with his life on the line. Furthermore, he was not in a good condition. Yang Lang, Realm Master, your subordinate is here. Quickly bring Su Yun and Hu Qianmei to the Linglong Mountain and lead them into the spatial crack that leads to the ultimate martial world. Let them leave. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Yang Lang nodded and said to Su Yun and Hu Qianmei, please follow me. With that, he leaped up and flew towards the back. Seeing that, Su Yun and Hu Qianmei immediately followed and flew out. However, just as the two of them were about to fly away, an explosive shout came from the sword world. Fox Demon, do you want to escape? Don't go. As his voice fell, he saw a ray of golden light attacking him, and the biting cold killing intent blew towards Su Yun and Hu Qianmei like a cold wind. Turning his head to look, Jin Maoyuo had actually rushed over without distinguishing between right and wrong. Seeing that, Su Yun anxiously pulled out his death sword to block Jin Maoyuo, while Jin Maoyuo's strange iron staff had already attacked. The two weapons collided, causing a loud explosion. Jin Maoyuo was blocked, but Su Yun was sent flying by the terrifying power that exploded from the iron staff, directly falling to the ground, and when he stood up, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Big brother. Seeing that, Hu Qianmei was extremely anxious. She anxiously rushed to help Su Yun up and immediately channeled qi into his body. I'm fine. Su Yun coughed a few times, pushed away Hu Qianmei's small hand, and stood up with the death sword. Jin Maoyuo was blocked by Su Yun and was immediately attacked by the Realm Master. The two of them turned into two rays of light that interweaved in the air for a few breaths of time, and then separated to the left and right. Realm Master was dressed in green. Her killing intent flashed. Her beautiful face was covered in frost. She did not hesitate anymore, nor did she waste any more time talking. The moment Jin Maoyuo made his move, she had already made her decision. Attack. Exterminate the people of Sword World. Leave not a single one alive. Kill. Realm Master's clear voice came out, and the entire Realm Tree army was in an uproar. The huge army on the ground all flew up into the air and rushed towards the Sword World people in front of Gate of Nature like a green tide. Kill. The people of Sword World were not to be outdone. They roared and rushed forward. The teams on both sides erupted with countless beautiful and dazzling profound techniques: red fire, blue water, black baleful aura, green poison gas, gray meteorites, and so on. Countless profound techniques filled the world. The scene was extremely chaotic. The ground was trembling crazily, and the void was trembling nonstop. In an instant, all the flowers and trees around Gate of Nature turned into ashes. The sky darkened, as if it was the end of the world. Chapter 644. The people of the Wanhua realm obviously had the advantage in numbers. The great battle erupted. The two sides had only fought for less than an incense stick of time. The people of the Sword World were already unable to hold on and showed signs of weakness. Roar. Another furious roar sounded. The Tree Lord led countless Wanhua realm creatures and pounced over. The Tree Lord's huge body, which was not much weaker than the Devil Bone Giant, gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. When it approached, there was almost no light here. Its dense branches extended infinitely, transforming into many sharp tree thorns, attacking towards the people of the Sword World. The long and terrifying branches were like a creeper that covered the walls, densely packed and covering the sky. Seeing that, Star Sword Sovereign and Dao Xing rushed towards the Tree Lord together. The two of them used their dazzling sword techniques, intending to force them to retreat. Qin Wenrong and Rong Muk fought together, both sides fighting to the death. All kinds of fragmented spells were dazzling to the eyes. The originally orderly Gate of Nature was suddenly thrown into chaos because of Su Yun and Hu Qianmei's departure. The two of you quickly leave. Jin Maoyuo must have seen that the two of you are preparing to leave. That's why he made his move. If the two of you continue to stay here, I'm afraid your lives will be in danger. Yang Lang shouted anxiously at Su Yun and Hu Qianmei. Hearing that, Su Yun nodded and immediately pulled Hu Qianmei away. However, just as the three of them were flying in the air, two more figures rushed over. Surging killing intent assaulted them. It was Xiao Tian and Phoenix Lady. Su Yun, Fox Demon, you murder my son, and you still want to escape? Hand over your life. Phoenix Lady's expression distorted. She roared at Su Yun with a sinister face, and as she spoke, she had already rushed over. Seeing that, Yang Lang took out a tree branch like magic treasure and welcomed Phoenix Lady. Yang Lang's cultivation was not ordinary. He started a fight with Phoenix Lady. However, the other Xiao Changtian was not simple. He stared at Su Yun coldly and snorted. The gigantic sword behind him flew into the air, and after swaying in the air, he caught it firmly. Although you have obtained the inheritance of the limitless sword ancestor and have grasped the limitless sword arts, but this cannot change anything. Su Yun, today I will compete with you, and let me experience the rumored limitless sword arts, and how powerful it is. Xiao Changtian said solemnly. With that said, the heavy and gigantic sword slashed down toward Su Yun's head. The sword was very heavy, but he held it with one hand. When the sword fell, it was like the peak of a mountain, suddenly breaking off and falling from the sky. That heavy feeling spread through the air toward Su Yun. It made it difficult for him to breathe, and it was as if the flow of profound energy in his body had been restrained. Seeing that, Su Yun clenched his teeth and used the death sword to block. Dang! The pitch-black death sword clashed with Xiao Changtian's big sword, but it was still unable to gain much of an advantage. Xiao Changtian's body only swayed slightly, while Su Yun was trembling violently. After he landed on the ground, he quickly retreated and almost fell to the ground. Seeing that, Hu Qianmei anxiously supported Su Yun. The current Su Yun's condition had already become extremely poor. Previously, he had fought fiercely in the Linglong Mountain and then crazily rushed here to fight against two experts of the Cloud Heavenly Palace. The consumption of profound qi was not small. If not for the support of the Wanhua seed in his body, Su Yun would have long since fallen to the ground from exhaustion. Su Yun understood that if he continued to tangle with Xiao Changtian, the consequences would be unimaginable. Right now, he could only run and not fight against him. Immediately, he pulled Hu Qianmei and retreated. At the same time, his arms moved slightly. The profound qi activated, and a bolt of lightning immediately fell from the dark sky, smashing in front of Xiao Changtian. Boom! The gigantic and majestic devil-bone giant appeared once again. The giant stood in front of Xiao Changtian, staring at the ant-like fellow in front of his feet. He immediately waved his fist and smashed towards him. Su Yun and Hu Qianmei took the opportunity to escape. Xiao Changtian dodged the giant's fist in a flash. Looking at Su Yun, who was running away quickly, he snorted. Run? Humph. Whether or not I can force the Wanhua realm to cede territory is one thing. But today, I must make you pay with your lives for my sons. Xiao Changtian growled, his voice exploding outwards. He suddenly disappeared into the air, and when he appeared again, Su Yun only saw a gigantic sword that was as heavy as a small mountain, slashing towards him. He hurriedly leaped back. The huge sword struck the ground fiercely, splitting the ground that was already full of scars into pieces and shattering it into pieces. Su Yun's face turned cold. He stared at the big sword, quickly thought for a moment, then said to Hu Qianmei, who was beside him, Qianmei, I will hold Xiao Changtian back. You take the chance to run. I run? How is that possible? The corner of Hu Qianmei's mouth curved slightly, revealing a strange smile. You want me to leave you alone? I will not do such a thing again. How did you become so stupid? Su Yun shook his head. The other party's target for revenge is you. If you leave, wouldn't I be safe? Big brother, do you think that even if I leave, this Xiao Changtian will still let you go? If I believe you, I would be the one who is stupid. All right. Big brother, since you insist, I'll agree to it. Hu Qianmei suddenly laughed. Su Yun was startled. At the moment, he could not accept Hu Qianmei's strange attitude, but since she had agreed, it was naturally for the best. He nodded his head and said solemnly, Since that's the case, you have to be careful. The southwest side has the least people. You can leave from there, I will cover for you. You should know how to get to the Linglong Mountain, right? Once you go to the Linglong Mountain, You could spend money to get someone to bring you to the ultimate martial world, and we will meet there. As Su Yun spoke, he urged the devil-bone giant to rush towards the gigantic sword. He wanted to take out the profound coin card from the space bag and give it to Hu Qianmei. But just as he released Hu Qianmei's small hand and was about to take out the card, Hu Qianmei's tender little mouth slightly curled up, and she rushed towards the big sword like a whirlwind. Su Yun was startled. "Big brother, do I look like an idiot? If I really escape, Xiao Changtian will definitely capture you and force you to tell me where I am. You want me to leave alone? Heh, that's impossible. If you want to leave, then leave together." As the sound of his voice faded, a golden light shone brightly. A majestic golden dragon flew out and coiled around the greatsword. The golden dragon was abnormally ferocious as it pounced towards the sword blade. However, the greatsword was extremely sharp. As the golden dragon approached, the sword blade started to spin rapidly. Layers of terrifying sword chi slashed in all directions. Just as the golden dragon was about to approach, it was struck by the astonishing sword chi, and its entire gigantic dragon body started to dim. Hu Qianmei's delicate body retreated a few steps. Her face was pale white, her throat felt sweet, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that, Su Yun's eyes turned red. His expression anxious, he immediately urged the devil-bone giant to rush forward, fighting with the greatsword. Xiao Changtian was already nowhere to be seen. Only the strange greatsword was flying, as if his entire body had become one with the greatsword. The devil-bone giant rushed towards the greatsword, both of his fists fiercely striking the greatsword, causing the heavy sword to buzz. The overbearing greatsword that was about to shatter, the golden dragon finally restrained itself and started to retreat. Therefore, the two of them worked together, one urging the dragon, the other urging the devil-bone giant, and worked together to encircle and annihilate Xiao Changtian. Hu Qianmei was at the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. Her cultivation was not ordinary, but she was already injured and could not unleash much of her strength. Although Su Yun had a strange magic treasure, his cultivation was not considered high, and after the previous intense battles, he was already at the end of his rope. So even if the two of them worked together to attack Xiao Changtian, it would be difficult for them to gain the upper hand. It had to be known that Xiao Changtian was also in existence at the peak of the Sky Spirit Master. His cultivation was at least at the 9th or 10th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, and previously he had been waiting for his exhaustion. He was full of energy, and now that they were fighting, the two of them were definitely not his match. Sure enough, the devil-bone giant and the golden dragon worked together to surround and suppress it for a while, but they could only force the greatsword to retreat and not defeat it. The greatsword seemed to have become impatient. It spun faster and faster, and its body grew several times larger. It was even more majestic than a mountain, comparable to the huge gate of nature. Following that, the greatsword flew into the air and stood upright in the sky. After circling a few times, it fell down and slashed straight towards them. "Su Yun, Fox Demon, today is the day of your sacrifice." From within the greatsword, Xiao Changtian's cold shout came out. "Stinking fellow, it's not certain who will die." Hu Qianmei clenched her teeth, supporting her tottering body. Looking at the big sword that was falling from the sky, she suddenly shouted, her entire body releasing a golden light, driving the golden dragon straight towards the big sword. Roar! The golden dragon roared as it wildly danced its slender body and charged forward. Its power was extraordinary, like a bolt of golden lightning. The sword and the dragon collided and exploded in midair. A large amount of light spread out in all directions like fireworks. However, the situation between the greatsword and the golden dragon was completely different. A loud bang was heard. The greatsword followed the momentum and descended, unstoppable. Hu Qianmei's body trembled once again. Her small face was as white as paper, without the slightest trace of blood. She staggered, and then fell to the ground. The profound qi in her body frantically dissipated. She was already severely injured, and had no strength to continue fighting. "Qianmei, Su Yun shouted anxiously. He anxiously urged the devil-bone giant to rush towards the greatsword, while he himself ran towards Hu Qianmei. Although the golden dragon could not compete with the greatsword, it could still cushion the majority of the greatsword's power. When the devil-bone giant approached the greatsword, it immediately extended its hands and grabbed onto the gigantic sword's body, doing its best to resist. The greatsword's body trembled slightly, and the devil-bone giant's thick arms were also trembling crazily. Relying on its strength, the greatsword was not a match for the devil-bone giant, but its profound strength was several times, or even dozens of times stronger than Su Yun's. How could a 10th stage Sky Spirit Master Cultivator be able to contend against a 3rd stage Sky Spirit Master Cultivator? Su Yun was also well aware of this point. He understood that if he did not use his full strength, today would be the end of the world. Immediately, he did not hesitate and activated his technique again, using all of his remaining profound strength. The runes on his arm flickered continuously. Following that, a large amount of lightning descended from the sky. Dong, 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 dong. Several loud sounds rang out. Following that, several gigantic figures appeared beside Su Yun. Chapter 645. When the spirit cultivator fought, the higher the rank, the more earth-shattering it would be, and the battles between the spirit cultivator would be even more earth-shattering. For example, the battles between the Realm Tree and the Cloud Heavenly Palace, all empty sect, and the swordsmanship-seeking sect rarely happened in the myriad realms. This kind of battle would usually spread to countless realms, causing countless people to be shocked, and the impact would also be extraordinary. In this kind of battle, there were all sorts of strange and dazzling techniques. However, for Su Yun to summon 7 puppet equipment-s with auras that were stronger than his own, it was truly astonishing. The 6 giants appeared and rushed towards the greatsword, helping the struggling giant fight against the greatsword. However, Su Yun had summoned 7 giants in one breath, and the remaining profound strength in his body had been completely exhausted. He felt dizzy, and his body felt an unprecedented lack of strength. In this situation, it would be very difficult to fuse the 7 devil-bone giantess into one and summon the devil-bone spirit. The only thing he could do now was to escape. Su Yun secretly clenched his teeth, hugged Hu Qianmei, and activated the profound strength to fly into the sky. As soon as he moved, the big sword on the other side reacted. Su Yun, don't go. Xiao Changtian's voice came out. The great sword wanted to shake off the 7 annoying giants and rush towards Su Yun. But how could these giants do as he wished? Or rather, how could Su Yun let him get close? The 7 giants all extended their gigantic palms and grabbed onto the sword blade with all their might. Xiao Changtian's terrifying sword qi exploded from within the sword blade, but the sword qi was unable to harm the giants in the slightest. The cultivation of the giants could not be considered strong, but their strength was extremely terrifying, especially the toughness of their bodies. They were so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Even Xiao Changtian, the sect leader of all empty sect, could not leave any traces on its body. This bastard Su Yun, since he is not from the true devil realm, I wonder what kind of luck he obtained to be able to obtain such a terrifying artifact inheritance. If this item was in my hands, how good would that be? Giving it to this child would be a waste of a heavenly treasure. Xiao Changtian clenched his teeth in thought. He tried his best to get rid of the giant's hands, but even if he used all his strength and dragged the giants forward, he could not catch up to Su Yun, who was running with all his might. Changtian, where are those 2 thieves? At this moment, an urgent shout came from his side. Hearing that, Xiao Changtian, who was hiding inside the big sword, looked towards the source of the voice, only to see Phoenix Lady, who was holding onto a golden broadsword, rushing over. Yang Lang, who was fighting with Phoenix Lady earlier, was already lying on the cold ground below. His head was split open. Blood flowed all over the ground. He had died a long time ago. His soul had dispersed into the air, but Phoenix Lady was too lazy to destroy his soul. What she wanted to do the most right now was to kill Su Yun and Hu Qianmei. and imprison their souls. Phoenix Maiden, hurry up and chase after them. Those two thieves are about to escape. Xiao Changtian roared. Phoenix Lady was startled. She anxiously looked to the side, only to see that Su Yun and Hu Qianmei had already flown far into the horizon, leaving behind only a small. Her expression turned cold as she snorted. Why aren't the two of them obediently giving themselves up? Are they still thinking of escaping? How laughable. Longevity, celestial. Hold them off. I'll go kill them. With that, Phoenix Lady took a step forward and soared into the sky. Like a gust of wind, she chased after Su Yun. She raised the golden blade in her hand and aimed it in Su Yun's direction. She waved it a few times with all her might, only to see a few golden birds shooting out from the blade, bringing with them a terrifying cry as they flew toward Su Yun. The golden spear chi behind him was extremely dense. The sound of the spear resonated, causing one's skin and flesh to go numb. Su Yun turned his head to look. His face changed and immediately dodged to the side. After the golden birds flew past, they did not immediately fly into the distance. Instead, they turned around as if they had a mind of their own and continued to rush towards Su Yun. Seeing that, Su Yun knew that it was impossible for the golden bird to dodge. In his helplessness, he could only pull out his death sword and release a few sword chi-s at the golden bird. The sword chi struck the flying bird and immediately detonated it. However, with just that little bit of effort, Phoenix Lady had enough time. She rushed over in an instant, raised her golden broadsword and slashed towards Su Yun's head. The evil wind blew. Killing intent filled the air. Su Yun anxiously twisted the death sword and blocked. Don't! The two swords clashed, causing an explosion. Su Yun's entire body was like a bullet as he fell straight to the ground, creating a huge crater. Hu Qianmei, who was in his embrace, was also struck by the attack, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Su Yun gasped for breath. He tried his best to stand up, but his body was swaying a little. Big brother, it seems like we're going to die together today. Hu Qianmei sat at the side and laughed weakly. All these years, after experiencing so much, I have long since become indifferent to life and death. Su Yun silently kept the death sword and changed into the snow-white lotus star sword, staring coldly at Phoenix Lady who was in the air. However, the only thing I care about are the enemies who provoked me. Even if I die, I will at least drag them to hell with me. His expression became ferocious. Hu Qianmei was startled. She pursed her lips and stood up. She pulled out the red short sword from her waist and said softly, "Big brother, I will fight alongside you." Su Yun did not object anymore, and only nodded his head lightly. Arrogant. Phoenix Lady naturally heard Su Yun's words. She stood proudly in the air and looked down at the two of them, her eyes filled with uncontrollable anger. You two ignorant ants dare to speak such arrogant words? You're simply courting death. Today, I will imprison your souls, torture them, and then personally refine them in front of my son's spirit to pay tribute to my son's spirit in heaven. With that said, Phoenix Lady immediately raised her golden broadsword and fiercely rushed towards Su Yun. The current Su Yun did not have much profound chi left. When the profound chi was exhausted, the 7 Devil Bone Giantess would not be able to hold on for long, and at that time, Xiao Changtian would definitely rush over. Right now, not to mention whether or not he could defeat Phoenix Lady. Even if he could barely deal with her, he would definitely not be able to defeat Xiao Changtian, who was stronger than Phoenix Lady. It seemed like he was going to die here today. However, even if he died, he had to drag one of them down with him. Su Yun clenched his teeth, both of his hands holding onto the Lotus Star sword. An uncontrollable, crazy thought surfaced in his mind. Kill. Kill Phoenix Lady. His eyes were blood red, staring straight at Phoenix Lady. He activated the Lotus Star sword art crazily. The snow-white sword released a lustrous and mystical light. Following the formation of Su Yun's mind instructs, in a second, it started to become more and more intense and more dazzling. Sensing the change in the sword, Phoenix Lady was startled, but she did not give up. In her opinion, no matter what Su Yun and Hu Qianmei were doing, They were just struggling on the verge of death. Sweeping moon slash. Phoenix Lady's expression suddenly twisted, the profound strength erupted, and with a slash, she slashed at Su Yun. The golden broadsword suddenly grew in size, exploding dozens of times. This sword seemed to be able to split the entire world in half. Its power could be said to be unparalleled. Seeing that, Su Yun's face suddenly turned sinister. Without the slightest bit of fear, he stared at the descending greatsword. The Lotus Star sword in his hand also rushed forward without a care for anything else. One white and one gold, one big and one small, the two swords were about to collide. The mystical power on the Lotus Star sword's body began to ripple, giving off a mysterious aura that broke through the sword's body and went straight into the clouds. Su Yun did not know if this sword strike would succeed, but regardless of whether it succeeded or not, he would probably be crippled. This kind of thought of forcing the opponent to die by jumping levels was simply impossible to do at the moment. Even among the sect leaderess of the Lotus Star Sword sect, there were very few who could do it, and no one's conditions were harsher than Su Yun's. However, other than the Lotus Star Sword, Su Yun had no other choice. At this point, he could only fight to the death. Su Yun thought sinisterly. He did not dare hesitate. Proud sword in the sky. Right at this critical moment, a clear shout suddenly erupted from above the sky. This shout was filled with energy, giving off a refreshing feeling that caused one's mind to tremble. Phoenix Lady, Su Yun, and Hu Qianmei's bodies involuntarily trembled, and their movements stopped for a moment. This kind of stagnation was not controlled by humans, as if it was affected by the shout. Following the appearance of this shout, a gigantic blue sword that was even bigger than the devil-bone giant rushed out from the clouds and swung towards Phoenix Lady with a terrifying force. Seeing that, Su Yun immediately retracted his move and anxiously dodged to the back with Hu Qianmei. Phoenix Lady turned pale with fright. She immediately turned her blade and slashed at the blue greatsword. However, the moment her golden broadsword touched the blue greatsword, the greatsword immediately exploded and turned into tiny long swords that filled the sky. They circled around her like locusts. These sharp swords are all incomparably sharp. They circled around her and tried their best to slash at her. In an instant, thousands to tens of thousands of sword scars appeared on Phoenix Lady's body, and her entire body became a bloody mess. Her profound strength immediately dissipated, and she screamed miserably in the midst of the swords. Hu Qianmei was stunned. Su Yun was overjoyed. He anxiously looked up to the sky, only to see a ray of light flying over and instantly landing in front of Su Yun. The light dissipated, and the white-haired, limitless sword ancestor appeared in front of Su Yun. "Sword ancestor," Su Yun called out. "Su Yun, I'm late. Are you all right?" Limitless sword ancestor looked at Su Yun and said, "Disciple is fine." Su Yun said happily, "Thank you, sword ancestor, for your help this time. Hey, you're my disciple. If you're being bullied, how can I not make a move?" Limitless sword ancestor said. He then turned his head and stared at Phoenix Lady, who was being devoured and tortured by the group of swords. He snorted, raised his hand, and the millions of tiny swords immediately disappeared without a trace. Phoenix Lady, who was covered in blood, immediately collapsed to the ground. She was gasping for breath and was in a sorry state, severely injured. Such a scene truly shocked Su Yun and Hu Qianmei. How could the two of them not know how strong Phoenix Lady was? Previously, Phoenix Lady was still full of energy and wanted to kill the two of them. But now, with just a single move from Limitless Sword Ancestor, she was crippled. Just how strong was Limitless Sword Ancestor? The one in front of him was only one of his souls. Su Yun sighed in his heart. "Big brother, who is he?" Hu Qianmei covered his chest. One hand quietly pulled on Su Yun's clothes and asked with a trembling voice, how terrifying was such a peerless expert? This was the first time she had seen such a powerful expert at the peak of the world. For some reason, although the person in front of her did not have any hostility, just by looking at him, she felt her scalp go numb and her entire body trembled in fear. "He is my sword ancestor, my ancestor." Su Yun comforted Hu Qianmei and said with a smile, "So that's how it is." Hu Qianmei shrunk his head. He was still extremely afraid. "Su Yun, the two of you quickly sit down and heal your injuries, especially Su Yun. Quickly remove the activation of the Lotus Star Sword Art. Do not injure your own cultivation. Leave the rest to me." Limitless Sword Ancestor turned his head and said to Su Yun seriously. Su Yun nodded. Without hesitation, he sat down cross-legged. Seeing that, Sword Ancestor turned around and walked towards Phoenix Lady who was lying on the ground. Chapter 646. Seeing the white-haired man walk over, Phoenix Lady violently coughed a few times. She tried her best to get up, but the sword chi that gathered on her wounds continuously tore at her flesh, causing her to feel so much pain that she wanted to die. Cold sweat flowed down her back. She sucked in a breath of cold air, stared at Limitless Sword Ancestor, gritted her teeth, and said, "Who are you?" "Who I am isn't important. What's important is, do you know who he is? He is a disciple of my sword faction." Limitless Sword Ancestor looked at Phoenix Lady expressionlessly and pointed at Su Yun, who was seated cross-legged. "He's the murderer of my son," Phoenix Lady shouted hysterically. "I want to kill him to avenge my son. Your son, Xiao Huailin, has done all sorts of evil and has no regard for human life. The heavens cannot tolerate it. It's better to kill such a scourge as soon as possible. My disciple is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. It's an act of justice. How dare you go against the moral code of righteousness and harm him?" Limitless Sword Ancestor said coldly. "Furthermore, how can anyone casually provoke the people of my sword sect?" With that, the Sword Ancestor reached into the void and pulled out an emerald green sword from the air. He raised it and prepared to end Phoenix Lady's life. Seeing that, Phoenix Lady's entire body trembled. Her eyes filled with fear. Limitless Sword Ancestor's move instantly made her understand how strong the opponent was. She understood. She must have provoked an incredible person. "You can't kill me. I am the daughter of the 13th Elder of the Cloud Heavenly Palace, Jean Maluo. I am also the wife of the all-empty sect leader Xiao Chantian. If you kill me, you will only bring disaster upon yourself, and your sword sect will definitely be annihilated. You cannot kill me, you cannot," Phoenix Lady shouted in a trembling voice. So what?" Limitless Sword Ancestor obviously did not buy it, and said coldly, "Those who touch my sword sect must be killed. If not, won't the world laugh at my Limitless Sword sect for being cowardly and weak?" "Limitless Sword sect?" Phoenix Lady was startled for a moment, then trembled. "You are also from the Limitless Sword sect?" "The Limitless Sword sect was created by me," the Sword Ancestor said coldly. "You founded it?" Phoenix Lady immediately understood. Her face turned pale white, her voice trembling. "Then aren't you the Limitless Sword Ancestor? Good that you know." Sword Ancestor did not waste any more words. He directly raised the emerald green sword and pierced towards Phoenix Lady's forehead. At this moment, Phoenix Lady burst out with power from somewhere and directly condensed a thick golden shield, intending to block this sword. However, the sharpness of the sword exceeded Phoenix Lady's imagination. When the long sword attacked, the golden shield was like paper and was instantly pierced through. Phoenix Lady's head was pierced through, and her body twitched twice before falling to the ground. The Sword Ancestor was extremely ruthless. With a wave of his hand, Phoenix Lady's head shattered. She died completely, and her soul overflowed. "I have killed countless people in my life, but unless there is no other choice, I will never destroy anyone's soul. Unless this person is a great threat, and the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life, destroying his body, and turning him into a mortal, he will never surpass you in terms of strength. So if you can't destroy him, then you can't destroy him. But if it's an enemy, you can't be lenient. If you don't destroy him, he will definitely bring experts to destroy you in the future." With that said, Sword Ancestor grabbed onto the emerald green sword and casually waved it in the air. A wave of sword energy rushed into the clouds and swept towards the 9 heavens, and Phoenix Lady's soul was also turned into ashes by the terrifying sword chi. Phoenix Lady had fallen. Feng knew. A mournful cry came from the horizon. Sword Ancestor turned his head to look, only to see Xiao Changtian rushing over with his blood-red eyes. Bastard, did you kill my wife? Looking at Phoenix Lady whose head was shattered, Xiao Changtian gritted his teeth and stared at Limitless Sword Ancestor. That's right. Limitless Sword Ancestor nodded without hesitation. Then I will kill you to avenge her. Without saying a word, Xiao Changtian brandished his greatsword again. He entered the sword and rushed towards Limitless Sword Ancestor. Human and sword is one? That's right, but you are only one with the outside, and have only learned a little. You do not know a single thing about the essence of one with the inside. Limitless Sword Ancestor shook his head, with one hand behind his back and the other holding onto the emerald green sword. He turned his body slightly. Xiao Changtian slashed crazily at Limitless Sword Ancestor, but to no avail. It was as if the Sword Ancestor had already seen through all of his sword moves, no matter how fast or slow Xiao Changtian's attacks were, whether they were big or small, or whether they were exquisite and exquisite, they were all useless against him. The Sword Ancestor moved lightly and easily dodged. Su Yun, who was sitting cross-legged, had actually forgotten to adjust his breathing and focused on watching Sword Ancestor and Xiao Changtian exchange blows. Unknowingly, he had become absent-minded and was completely immersed in the Sword Ancestor's exquisite movement technique and sword techniques. After a round, Xiao Changtian had used up more than half of his profound qi, but he was still unable to touch Sword Ancestor's hair at all. He was truly alarmed, but after a few rounds, he knew that the person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. How exquisite was the Sword Ancestor's sword techniques? How could Xiao Changtian compare to him? Who are you? Xiao Changtian jumped out from the greatsword, holding onto the greatsword with one hand. He stared at Sword Ancestor and asked, Limitless Sword Ancestor? Sword Ancestor said indifferently, Sword Ancestor? Xiao Changtian's face changed a few times, and then, without saying a word, he turned and rushed towards the horizon. From the looks of it, he was going to escape. Sword Ancestor, don't let him escape. If he returns to the Cloud Heavenly Palace, he will definitely invite experts to deal with you. Su Yin bellowed. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. Sword Ancestor said indifferently, then casually waved his hand, only to see over 100 glowing swords descending from the blue sky, instantly descending towards Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian secretly cursed and anxiously used the great sword in his hand to block the air. The light sword smashed onto Xiao Changtian's great sword, producing a series of clanging sounds. Not long after, Xiao Changtian's great sword was smashed full of holes, and in the end, it broke into pieces. Xiao Changtian screamed. His body was pierced by a few light swords, and he fell to the ground. Sword Ancestor did not hesitate at all, and directly threw the remaining swords towards Xiao Changtian. Don't! The place where Xiao Changtian was at exploded, and a mushroom cloud formed by the sword qi rippled outwards. When the smoke dissipated, Xiao Changtian's figure could no longer be seen. Xiao Changtian was also dead. Su Yun and Hu Qianmei had long been dumbstruck. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he had already killed both Xiao Changtian and Phoenix Lady, and it seemed to be effortless. How terrifying was this method? Just how strong was Sword Ancestor at his peak? Su Yun thought, once the two of them die, Su Yun, you will no longer have any worries. In the future, train well and bring glory to my limitless sword sect. Do you understand? Sword Ancestor turned around, smiled, and said to Su Yun. Hearing that, Su Yun stood up and cupped his fists. Disciple obeys. Don't get up. Hurry up and heal your injuries. Sword Ancestor walked over and let Su Yun sit down. He gently placed one hand on his shoulder and transferred some profound strength. How dense was the profound strength of the Sword Ancestor? A small bit of it flowed into Su Yun's body, and like a surging river, it flowed straight into all the chi meridian and tendons in his body, causing his dried-up body to look completely new. Su Yun took a deep breath. His body was slowly recovering. This feeling made him extremely intoxicated. Sword Ancestor. Su Yun spoke up. What is it? With your strength, why did you establish the Limitless Sword sect, and why do you want me to carry it forward? With your methods, you will definitely be able to make the people of the 10,000 realms look at the Limitless Sword sect in a new light. Su Yun said seriously. This doubt had always been in his heart. Limitless Sword Ancestor looked at him and was silent for a moment, then said, How long have you been in the Limitless Sword sect? It's been a long time, and I've already forgotten. You know the Lotus Star Sword art, so you must have joined the Lotus Star Sword sect before. You must have entered other sects in the Sky Martial Continent, right? But why do you still call yourself a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect? Kindness, Su Yun said without hesitation. If not for the Sword sect, Su Yun would not have been able to take revenge and would have long since become a skeleton in the grass, much less have today. Then what do you think? The Sword Elder that you speak of, why is he still persistently trying to recover the sect? Su Yun thought for a while, then said, Faith. Sword Ancestor nodded slightly and laughed. Then what reason do you think I should have? Su Yun thought about it, but in the end, shook his head. Actually, it's because of my responsibility. Sword Ancestor laughed lightly. Responsibility? Su Yun was startled. Yes, responsibility. The Limitless Sword Arts is not a coincidence. I hope that it can be passed down. So, I established the Sword Sect. There's nothing in this world that is eternal. Even I will die and disappear one day. I do not wish for the Limitless Sword Arts to disappear just like that. So, I established the Sword Sect, hoping that this unparalleled sword art can be passed down. Su Yun, do you understand? Then why not create a sword sect in the sword world? Recruit powerful spirit cultivator? Instead, choose to establish a sect in the Sky Martial Continent? The reason is very simple, because there is no longer anyone with a pure heart here. Only in the so-called mortal realm, the lowest level of the 10,000 realms, can one find truly outstanding people. The people here are mostly spirit cultivator. All of them are greedy for the profound technique and magic treasure. They will only make enemies for me and will not be able to develop the sword sect. Although there were some reasons for this, it was rather far-fetched. Perhaps there were other reasons. Su Yun thought. All right, Su Yun, it's about time. You leave quickly. I have to return to the prison. This time, I have forcefully suppressed my protective sword chi, but it won't last long. Once the protective sword chi overflows, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is a place of trouble. I am sure that there will be people coming here. I cannot stay here for long. Sword Ancestor said. Wait, Sword Ancestor, Disciple has one more thing to say. Su Yun said anxiously. What is it? Sword Ancestor, please don't go to the dark place anymore, otherwise I'm afraid there will be countless troubles. Su Yun said. Chapter 647. Hearing that, Sword Ancestor was curious. Why do you say that? Sword Ancestor, others already know that I am the successor of the Limitless Sword Arts. It is impossible for me to kill Phoenix Lady and Xiao Changtan. Now that the two of them are dead, the people of Cloud Heavenly Palace will definitely believe that you have made your move. Maybe the people of Cloud Heavenly Palace will not come looking for trouble, but they might reveal the news of your appearance to your enemies. And in that way, your enemies will definitely go to the Wanhua realm to seek revenge on you. So this disciple suggests that Sword Ancestor should quickly leave the Wanhua realm to protect the peace. Su Yun said. Although Sword Ancestor had destroyed the souls of Xiao Changtian and Phoenix Lady, it could not hide the fact that he had appeared. Hearing that, Sword Ancestor chuckled and shook his head. Su Yun, you have considered it well, but as matters stand, I am not afraid of my enemies, and furthermore, my enemies are mostly people with bad intentions. How could such people dare to openly come to the Wanhua realm to seek revenge on me? Furthermore, I have enemies, so I naturally have friends. My friends will help me take care of these matters. You do not have to worry. Furthermore, if I could leave, I would have left long ago. My protective storm will suppress the time to the extreme. If I were to forcefully leave the Wanhua realm, the entire Wanhua realm will become ruins. This is not what I want to see. After Su Yun heard it, he thought for a while and did not say anything else. All right, it's getting late. Su Yun, I'll be leaving first. You should leave quickly as well. Don't delay any further. Su Yun understands. Sword Ancestor nodded. Without wasting any more time, he leaped up, transformed into a ray of light, and rushed into the sky, escaping far into the horizon, quickly disappearing without a trace. Su Yun did not know how strong the protective storm that Sword Ancestor was talking about was, but from the strength that he had displayed today, it was probably extremely terrifying. I never thought that Big Brother would actually have such a backer. In the future, we won't be afraid of being bullied by those big sects and powers. Your master ancestor is so powerful, we can bully others in the future. Hu Qianmei looked at Su Yun, who was leaving with a pale face, and giggled at Su Yun, but at the moment, her smile was even more pale and powerless. You're still laughing? Hurry up and recover. Su Yun pinched her small face, took out a pill from his storage ring, and stuffed it into her pink and tender mouth. Hu Qianmei swallowed the pellet. His face recovered for a moment, and then rushed towards the dark place with Su Yun. Leaving this place as soon as possible was naturally the most important thing right now. The gate of nature was already in a mess, and no one knew how many more things would happen. At this time, leaving this place was the best choice. Dong dong dong. Several boundless explosions rang out from nature's gate. Su Yun looked over, only to see that the Tree Lord was fighting with dozens of spirit cultivator. From the looks of it, it was extremely difficult. Its dense branches had been knocked off a lot. The emerald green leaves were now yellow, as though they were about to die. This was the result of its excessive consumption of profound qi. Su Yun stared at the spirit cultivator who were surrounding and attacking the Tree Lord, and realized that all of them had extraordinary cultivation, and their strength was actually comparable to Xiao Changtian and Phoenix Lady. These people don't look like they are from the all-empty sect, the swordsmanship-seeking sect, and the other sections. They are also wearing the clothes of the Cloud Heavenly Palace. It's just that I have never seen these experts in the previous competition. Hu Qianmei's small face congealed. They should have arrived later. Doesn't that mean that the Cloud Heavenly Palace has sent experts to support us? Could it be that the Cloud Heavenly Palace really plans to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Realm Tree? Su Yun frowned. Although the Cloud Heavenly Palace is also a peak sect in the Sword World, they are still unable to contend against a realm. If they do this, the result will only be that both sides will suffer. Maybe they have other goals, and I don't think that the Realm Master will throw out all of her power to fight against the Cloud Heavenly Palace. If she were to use up all of the power in the Wanhua realm, how would she be able to defend against those who covet the Wanhua realm's resources and have been eyeing the Wanhua realm for a long time? Hu Qianmei said, You mean to say, if the Realm Master is no match for him, I think he will most likely abandon the carriage to protect the general and make peace with the Cloud Heavenly Palace. And isn't that just ceding territory? Su Yun shook his head. If that's the case, the Wanhua realm will definitely not be able to survive for long. Of course it won't last long, but I don't know if the Cloud Heavenly Palace will fight to the death. They can't possibly take their anger out on the Wanhua realm because of Xiao Huailin's death. The reason they came here is only for the resources here. If they were to lose their own capital for the sake of the Wanhua realm, it would not be a good thing for them. Forget it, Big Brother. Why are you saying all this? Let's hurry up and leave. Hu Qianmei said. Su Yun nodded his head. He did not care about this, although he hoped that the Wanhua realm would be safe and sound. But at that moment, this kind of battle situation was not something he could change. At this time, a large number of figures flew over from the gate of nature in the distance. There were over 100 of them, and they were staring at this place as they rushed over. All empty sect. The Sword Ancestor killed Xiao, Chengtian, and Phoenix Lady, removing our danger. But this also let the people of All Empty Sect and the people of Cloud Heavenly Palace know that the two of them were in trouble, so we should not stay here for long. Let's go, Hu Qianmei said anxiously. Su Yun immediately took out his flying sword, carried Hu Qianmei, and flew into the distance. If not for the Sword Ancestor's protective sword qi being difficult to suppress, he would not have left in such a hurry. However, the appearance of the Sword Ancestor allowed Su Yun to heave a sigh of relief. After a short period of rest, coupled with the recovery of the Wanhua seed, Su Yun felt that his profound strength had recovered quite a bit, especially the light pat from the sword ancestor, who knew how much of the profound strength in Su Yun's body had recovered. Although the 100 or so people were chasing after him, they were not as good as Xiao, Changtian, and Phoenix Lady, and could not catch up to Su Yun. Very quickly, Su Yun disappeared into the horizon, rushing towards the direction of the Linglong Mountain. The 100 or so people chased for about 100 li before losing Su Yun's position. They then turned back and returned to the Gate of Nature. At this moment, the Gate of Nature was in a mess. Blood and corpses were everywhere, and the tyrannical aura of destruction in the air was so dense that it was suffocating. The roars and roars of 10,000 spirits resounded through the entire sky. Jin Maoyuo, who was fighting fiercely with the Realm Master, was already in a sorry state. He was gasping for breath. He was no match for the Realm Master. On the other hand, Realm Master was still dressed in green. Her hair was not messy. Her complexion was beautiful. Even the profound qi around her body was still that dense, not much. The two of them were not existences on the same level at all. For Jin Maoyuo to be able to hold on until now, it could only be said that his reputation as an elder was not undeserved. Where are the 7 protectors? Jin Maoyuo shouted as he retreated. Disciple is here. 7 loud voices came out. Following that, 7 silhouettes rushed towards the Realm Master like a gust of wind, surrounding him and attacking him. The Realm Master secretly snorted. She did not panic. She raised her hand and released a dense spirit life qi and started a circle around it. Jin Maoyuo took the opportunity to retreat all the way to the back of the Sword World's army. Elder, a few disciples of the Cloud Heavenly Palace and the all-empty sect rushed over. Have you seen your sect leader and his wife? Jin Maoyuo stared at the disciples of the all-empty sect and said in a deep voice. Previously, when he was fighting with the Realm Master, he sensed that 2 10th-stage Sky Spirit Master cultivators had fallen. Although a great battle had erupted and anyone could die, the first thing he thought of was to kill Su Yun and the Fox Demon couple. With their methods, killing Su Yun and the Fox Demon was more than enough. But after such a long time, the two of them were still nowhere to be seen, causing Jin Maoyuo to be worried, causing him to be unable to concentrate when fighting with the Realm Master. However, as soon as he said that, the disciples of the all-empty sect started to cry in grief. They all knelt down and cried out loudly, Elder, you must avenge our sect leader. With that said, Jin Maoyuo's face suddenly turned pale white. We were ordered to chase after Su Yun, but on the way, we saw a huge pit, and beside the pit was Madam's corpse. Madam is already dead, and the sect leader is also nowhere to be seen. I'm afraid he was most likely killed by Su Yun as well. A disciple of the all-empty sect cried with snot and tears on his face. Jin Maoyuo's face was extremely ugly. His old body was trembling slightly. Extreme sorrow surged into his heart, but he forced himself not to show it on his face. The auras of the 2 fallen experts came from the southwest direction. This direction is the direction that Feng Nu and Chang Tian are chasing after Su Yun. Jin Maoyuo could not help but clench his fist to death. Xiao Chang Tian did not see his corpse, so he was afraid that he had already died. However, he did not believe it. He absolutely did not believe it. How could a small Su Yun kill these 2 10th-stage Sky Spirit Master experts? There must be other Supreme Expert-s helping him. Elder Jin, it seems like your operation this time isn't going well. Just as Jin Maoyuo was feeling extremely sorrowful, a lazy voice floated out from inside the Gate of Nature. Jin Maoyuo looked towards the direction of the voice, only to see a handsome man wearing a black Blade Master outfit, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes walking out. The man carried 2 swords on his back, one red and one blue. Combined with his tall figure, he looked extremely mighty, but what was even more eye-catching was that on his black Blade Master outfit, there was actually a golden male tiger pattern. The male tiger pattern was vivid and lifelike, as if it could jump out of his robes at any time. Disciple pays his respects to Lord Sword Sovereign. The surrounding cloud heavenly palace, people hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. The man nodded his head, then looked at Jean Maluo and laughed. Asgard Mistress found out that your matters in Wanhua realm are not going well, so she specially asked me to come and support you. Oh, is that so? Jean Maluo said indifferently. Since that's the case, then please work together with me to kill the Wanhua realm lord. If she is not eliminated, the Wanhua realm will definitely not be able to take her down. Things are not as simple as you think. No matter how weak the Wanhua realm is, it is still a realm. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Our Cloud Heavenly Palace will definitely not be able to eat the Wanhua realm alone. So working together to encircle and annihilate them is completely impossible. Then what are you doing here? Cover your retreat and give up on this operation. The man called Sword Lord said, Are you here to support me? Of course. The Sword Lord laughed. If you retreat alone, the Realm Lord will definitely send experts to chase after you. So he sent me to protect you. Don't say any more. Quickly give the order and immediately retreat to the Cloud Heavenly Palace. Hearing that, Jean Maluo's face became extremely ugly, but he did not dare disobey this person's orders. He secretly clenched his teeth, and in the end, waved his hand and gave the order. Chapter 648. After entering the dark place, Su Yun did not stop to look for a guide. After paying the profound coin, he directly headed towards the crack that led to the ultimate martial world with Hu Qianmei. The whirlpool engulfed the two of them. When the two of them entered the crevice, they felt their consciousness suddenly distort, as if their bodies and souls had been separated. When a strange feeling disappeared without a trace, and their consciousness slowly recovered, the two of them had already landed on a vast plain. Su Yun slowly opened his eyes, looked around, and sighed. The spatial cracks in the dark place are chaotic. If we enter a certain realm through the spatial cracks, we will randomly appear in a certain place in that realm. I wonder where this is. Su Yun said. Speaking of which, I wonder if there's a place similar to the dark place in the ultimate martial world. If there is, then it will be much easier for us to head to the other realms, and we won't need to head to the ultimate martial sacred plane anymore. Hu Qianmei laughed. Most likely not. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to not know anything. Su Yun shook his head. If there was a place like the dark place in the ultimate martial world, then hey, you would not have allowed him to enter the Wanhua realm from the ultimate martial sacred plane. Hearing that, Hu Qianmei nodded. However, speaking of the ultimate martial sacred plane, Su Yun thought of the master Subhoodie in the sacred plane. This time, he left from the dark place and was unable to go to the sacred plane to pay his respects to his master. It was truly a pity. The two of them walked quietly on the grassland while sizing up their surroundings. Neither of them dared to fly recklessly in the sky, and when they realized that this was only an uninhabited grassland, they leaped up into the sky and rushed towards the nearest town. Big brother, what do you plan to do next? Hu Qianmei turned her exquisite head and asked. I will first return to the ultimate martial world to recuperate, and after my injuries recover, I will go take a look at the matter regarding the Sword Ancestor's soul. No matter what, I must save my sister from the Supreme Sect. Su Yun's expression congealed, and his brows furrowed. Sister, Hu Qianmei was startled. Only then did Su Yun understand that Hu Qianmei still did not know about his sister, and immediately told Hu Qianmei about meeting Su Xintian and Shan Xue. Ah, there's actually such a thing. But brother, have you never seen your sister before? Hu Qianmei revealed a surprised expression and asked. Su Yun shook his head. Not only have I never seen her, it can even be said that it doesn't affect me at all. If I didn't know that father and mother were looking for my sister, I wouldn't even know that I have a sister. That's really strange. Could it be that your parents took advantage of you not knowing and secretly gave birth to your sister and then separated? Hu Qianmei laughed. But in the next second, her perky but was ruthlessly slapped by a large hand. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. Hu Qianmei anxiously covered her little, but it was so painful that tears were about to flow out. They're my parents. Don't be disrespectful. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. Su Yun pretended to be strict and said, Mayor knows her wrongs. Hu Qianmei said with tears in her eyes. As long as my parents say that she is my sister, then she is my sister. She is my family. I must protect my family. Su Yin said resolutely. What about me? Hu Qianmei asked. You? Su Yin shook his head and patted her head. Do you still need to ask? The two of them found a small town and went straight in. After asking around, they found out that this was the northernmost area of Beiyang, called the Heavenly Dragon Domain. Sunny day, a gentle breeze. The two of you do not seem to be very strong. The spirit cultivator that walks in the Heavenly Dragon Domain are at least at the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. Their fighting strength must be at least 70,000, and their ranking must be within the top 3 million. If the two of you are walking here, I am afraid that there will be many dangers. I advise the two of you to leave quickly. The old man in front of him said to Su Yun and Hu Qianmei, who were sitting at the table, while pouring spirit tea for the two of them. Although it was a tea stall, it was not an ordinary tea stall. The decorations here were very simple, but the things used were extremely different, whether it was the tables, chairs, cups, tea leaves, or the water used to make the tea. They were all of the highest quality, and even in the Beiyang, they were all luxurious items, and the old man's cultivation was not simple either. He was already at the 6th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. It was said that he had suffered a setback a few years ago and was injured, causing his cultivation to be unable to advance any further. So he opened this tea stall to earn some profound coins for himself, and also to ask the spirit cultivator for a way to heal this kind of injury. Old man is right. We did not enter the Heavenly Dragon Domain on purpose. We really did not enter by accident. Please point us in the right direction. We will leave now. Su Yin said. After drinking this cup of tea, head south. With your 3rd stage of the Sky Spirit Master cultivation, you should be able to get close to the border of the Beiyang in 23 days. However, on the way, if you meet any sects, strongholds, or other forces, you must walk on the ground, so as to not provoke the powerful and bring about a fatal disaster. After the old man finished speaking, he picked up the teapot and left. Hearing that, Su Yun silently memorized it. The two of them drank the spirit tea in front of them. When the spirit tea entered their stomachs, they felt a warm current flowing through their stomachs, causing them to feel extremely comfortable, and the recovery of the profound strength in their bodies could not help but increase by several times. In the end, it's a bowl of tea worth 10,000 profound coins. It's indeed different. Hu Qianmei could not help but praise. Yet 10,000 profound coins. The consumption in the Heavenly Dragon Domain is very high. If it was placed in the Beiyang, who knows how long it would take to earn it. Su Yin felt a little pained. My husband is rich anyway, I don't care. Hu Qianmei laughed. Not much, not much. Furthermore, I have to take out a portion of it to cultivate. If I don't quickly raise my cultivation now, it will be very difficult to save my sister in the future. Su Yin shook his head. Hu Qianmei laughed. After the two of them finished drinking their tea, they immediately stood up and headed south. The ultimate martial world was very big, and the people in the ultimate martial world were divided into many types. The weak communicated with the weak, and the strong stayed with the strong. The Heavenly Dragon Domain was different from the Beiyang. The Beiyang was a developing realm, and most of the people there were mainly merchants. Although there were experts, most of the people's cultivation stopped at the Spirit Master to the early stage of the Sky Spirit Master. The Heavenly Dragon Domain was different. There were not many businesses here. There were many sects here. There were many experts. And those who came here were either to learn from their masters or to challenge them. The people who moved here were all extremely vicious. And for the weak, this was an extremely dangerous place. It was not like the Wanhua realm or the Beiyang. There were not many rules. If they were unlucky enough to be killed by someone, no one would be able to stand up for them. Su Yun and Hu Qianmei left the small town and flew at a low speed. Their speed was not slow, but the two of them were extremely vigilant. The two of them had not recovered to their original state, so it was not suitable for them to fight. Although Su Yun and Hu Qianmei's cultivation was still relatively young in the Heavenly Dragon Domain, it was not considered low. The two of them were extremely fast, but to leave this place, it would take more than a day and a half. The two of them rushed south for 2 days before arriving in front of a mountain range filled with jagged boulders. Su-yin stopped and looked up the mountain, only to see a few figures floating on the mountain, moving back and forth, as though they were fighting. However, was this a spar or a fight? Su-yin was not sure. There must be a sect on this mountain. Let's fly close to the ground and quickly go around the foot of the mountain. Su-yin said in a low voice. Yes. Hu Qianmei nodded. At this time, it was best not to cause trouble. The two of them moved forward, heading straight into the mountain. However, just as the two of them reached the foot of the mountain, they were stopped by a shout. Halt! The shout exploded. Following that, a figure instantly appeared in front of Su-yin and Hu Qianmei and directly stopped the two of them. It was a big-sized man with bare arms, a fierce-looking face, and a full beard. The profound qi around his body was extremely tyrannical, as though it was a true divine spirit qi, giving people the feeling that a mountain was standing in front of them. Su-yin and Hu Qianmei stopped in their tracks and sized him up. The man's eyes were bright and full of spirit, as though he could see through the two of them. He frowned and shouted at Su-yin and Hu Qianmei. Two juniors, their auras are not strong, and yet they dare to run around. Do they not know where this is? Hu Qianmei and Su-yin secretly looked at each other, and then Su-yin opened his mouth. He cupped his fists and said, Senior, we have accidentally entered the heavenly dragon domain and are truly unwilling. Today, we're just passing by and plan to return to Beiyang. Don't give me these polite words. I'm tired of listening to them. The big-sized man's gaze immediately landed on Hu Qianmei. He pointed at her and said, I, your father, have been ordered to guard this place, and will have to stay here for a few more days. These days have been very boring. You brat scram, let her stay, and accompany me in dual cultivation. Hearing that, Su-yun's previously vigilant heart suddenly turned cold. Senior, are you serious? Su-yun suppressed the anger in his heart and said indifferently, Do I look like I'm joking? Hurry up and scram. The big-sized man roared at Su-yun without hesitation. Hu Qianmei frowned, but she did not reveal any angry expression. Instead, she quietly activated the profound strength and revealed an intoxicating smile. Ayaya, Master, I already have a dual cultivation partner. Isn't it not good for you to be like this? How can a woman serve two men? If word of this gets out, it won't be good. Dual cultivation partner? If I kill him, won't you be gone? The big-sized man coldly snorted and suddenly pulled out a tiger blade from his waist and said coldly. Hu Qianmei was a little speechless, her black eyes quietly turned, as though she was thinking of some kind of trick. But at this time, Su-yin had already spoken. Since Senior has taken a liking to her, then fine, let her stay. With that, Su-yin turned around. Without any hesitation, Hu Qianmei looked at Su-yin, but did not reveal any expression of surprise. On the contrary, the big-sized man was already laughing out loud. At least you know what's good for you. With that, he reached out to hug Hu Qianmei. But in the next second, Su-yin, who was about to leave, suddenly pulled out a snow-white sword and pierced towards the big-sized man. Killing intent instantly exploded. Chapter 649. The big-sized man's reaction was not slow either. He seemed to have been on guard against Su-yin. The tiger blade swept over, blocking the white sword. Clang! A blade and a sword collided. Then, this was not the end. Su-yin bellowed, Bind! In that moment, the white sword released several dazzling rays of light, directly binding towards the big-sized man. The big-sized man was caught off guard and was tied up like a dumpling by the strange white light. He anxiously urged his qi to struggle, but at this time, another golden sword stabbed into his chest. He anxiously activated his protective profound qi to block the sword. However, even if the profound qi was used to block the sword, it would not be able to break free from the strange bindings. Li Emperor's sword? Su-yin saw Hu Qianmei pull out his sword and was immediately shocked. Hee, you didn't expect it, right? I took advantage of the chaos of the battle back then to sneak over. Although it hasn't completely recognized me as its master, it will be used by me sooner or later. Hu Qianmei stared at the big-sized man and laughed. Su Yun was a little speechless. Li Emperor's sword Qi was still not strong. Hu Qianmei used it to attack the big-sized man, completely relying on his own profound strength. The sword's own power was not strong enough. Ever since it was forcefully separated by Long Jiang, more than half of its sword power had been sealed, and it needed some time to unseal it. How dare you? How dare you attack me? Aren't you afraid of death? The big-sized man realized that he had been subdued and immediately roared. He was a sixth-stage sky spirit master cultivator, although he was stronger than the two of them. But if the two of them joined hands and suddenly attacked, it would not be difficult to restrain him. However, what made him especially angry was that these two fellows, who were like ants in his eyes, actually dared to attack him. Cut the crap. Su Yun immediately slapped the big-sized man's face with a melon seed and said coldly, "If you continue to be so arrogant, I will immediately cut off your head and destroy your soul. Come on." The big-sized man was not afraid at all and roared, "I cultivate true divine spirit Qi, a body of copper skin and iron bones, an indestructible golden body. An ant like you wants to hurt me? You simply don't know what you're talking about." He seemed to be angered by Su Yun's actions. His eyes were like copper bells as he stared straight at Su Yun, completely fearless. But Su Yun was not courteous. He immediately took out the Tribulation Fire Sword and pushed the flame power to the maximum. The surging and scorching temperature began to burn the burly man, causing him to sweat uncontrollably. Su Yun was not courteous at all. He raised the Tribulation Fire Sword and fiercely slashed at his arm. Clang! The sword smashed into his shoulder, but it was as if it had smashed into steel. After a muffled sound, it was unable to penetrate even half an inch. "Ha ha! I told you. You can't do anything to me." Seeing this, the burly man laughed out loud. However, as he laughed, his face began to contort, and a heart-wrenching scream of pain came from his mouth. When he looked over, he saw that the scorching sword that couldn't cut through his flesh and bones had actually started to slowly tear open his arm, bit by bit seeping inside. It seemed a little inappropriate to say that it was torn apart. It should be said that it melted. The temperature of the scorching Tribulation Fire Sword was extremely terrifying. The true divine spirit Qi that was circling around the big-sized man's shoulder was completely melted away, turning his skin and flesh into air. In a short while, one of the big-sized man's arms fell to the ground. The wound on his arm was completely golden, as if it had been stained with magma. "Ah!" The big-sized man cried out in pain, his face filled with fear. At this moment, how could he dare to underestimate Su Yun? Although your cultivation is higher than ours, your brain doesn't seem to be working well. Do you think that true divine spirit Qi is invincible? Hu Qianmei giggled. "I wonder how you manage to cultivate to this level. It seems like you're most likely relying on profound coin, right?" The big-sized man secretly clenched his teeth. It was unknown if he was angered by Hu Qianmei or if he was in pain, but he did not say a word. Su Yun took the opportunity to chop off his other hand. "Ah!" The big-sized man cried out in pain. "I'll cut off your arm again so that you won't resist." Su Yun said indifferently. "Just kill me." The big-sized man roared in pain. "That won't do. You have companions here. If you die, your companions will definitely sense it. With your cultivation, it will be as easy as flipping your hands to kill the two of us. We don't want to fight with you, so you don't have to die today." Hu Qianmei chuckled, then gave Su Yun a look, and the two of them immediately prepared to leave. Ah! But just as the two of them were about to leave, the big-sized man suddenly let out a mournful scream. This voice was filled with profound strength and went straight into the clouds. It was incomparably thick, and anyone within a radius of 1,000 miles would be able to hear it clearly. When Su Yun and Hu Qianmei heard the voice, they immediately became anxious. "Not good. He's asking for help. You're courting death." Su Yun did not show any mercy, taking advantage of the time when he was roaring loudly. The profound Qi was concentrated at his throat. He pulled out the death sword from the sword sheath at his waist and suddenly stabbed towards his back. The big-sized man was bound, and Su Yun's sneak attack was fast. The sword directly pierced through his heart, The big-sized man's body twitched a few times, and his strength started to dissipate. Hu Qianmei was still worried. She pulled out Li Emperor's sword and slashed at his head. After cutting off his head, she immediately turned and ran towards Su Yun. Big brother. This person said that he was in charge of guarding this place, which means that there must be his accomplice on the mountain. We need to leave quickly. His accomplice's cultivation is probably close to his. We are not his match. Let's go. Hu Qianmei said anxiously. Su Yun nodded. He did not care too much. He immediately took out his flying sword and was about to escape with all his might and leave this place. The two of them stepped onto the big sword, and their speed was extremely fast. Like a whirlwind, they circled around the top of the mountain and flew into the distance. The mountain was extremely wide and continuous, so Su Yun was afraid that he would not be able to cross it in a short period of time. Su Yun tried his best to fly higher and hide behind the clouds to avoid being noticed. However, even though Su Yun flew above the clouds, he could still feel the dense smell of blood coming from the mountain below, as well as the extremely heavy aura of destruction. It seemed that something chaotic had happened down there. Big brother, not good, we've been discovered. Suddenly, Hu Qianmei's face changed. He shouted in a low voice, "Speed up! Quickly leave this place. The other party's cultivation is stronger than ours. Even if they are here, they can still sense it." Hearing that, Su Yun did not dare hesitate and pushed his speed to its maximum. Although he was wearing Long Zhan's wristband and his qi was not easy to detect, Hu Qianmei was different. However, Su Yun's speed increased, and after rushing for less than 5 kilometers, there was a reaction from below. A blue iron claw flew over from below, directly grabbing onto the Lotus Star sword beneath Su Yun's feet, and then suddenly exerted force, pulling the sword and the person down. Damn it! Hu Qianmei clenched her teeth. She immediately pulled out her sword and slashed at the iron claw. Clang! The blade of the sword chopped down on the chain of the iron claw, but produced a crisp sound. It was difficult to cut apart. The two of them fell straight down. Who allowed the two of you to leave? Hurry up and come over here. With a cold snort, Su Yun and Hu Qianmei directly fell into the group of pavilions below. Dong! The two of them landed on the ground, their bodies swaying slightly, causing dust to fly all around them. After the dust settled, the two of them vigilantly retreated and looked around. The surroundings were filled with corpses, the ground was covered in blood, and the surroundings were filled with traces of fighting. The buildings were all damaged, and in front of the two of them was a group of people dressed in armor or long robes. Everyone was dressed differently, and every single one of them had an extremely strong evil aura. Most likely their strength was between the 6th to 7th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, and just one person was enough for Su Yun and Hu Qianmei. The leader, a man with a goatee, put away the iron hook in his hand. He looked at the two of them coldly with eagle-like eyes and said indifferently, "Who are you people? I heard my 9th brother's cry for help just now. Do you know what happened?" Su Yun frowned. He did not say a word, but the profound qi in his body had already been secretly accumulating. Hu Qianmei also knew that things were not that simple. With no other choice, he could only quietly accumulate the profound qi and prepare to fight. Big brother. Just then, a spirit cultivator rushed over from the side. "How is 9th brother?" The man said indifferently. "Dead." The person who came said, "Dead." The man's face darkened. "How did he die?" His head was chopped off, his heart pierced by a sword, and even his soul was burned away. Damn it! The man's face became even more gloomy. "Today, I came to the Cliff Ridge Mountain to seek revenge on the Cliff Ridge sect, but I never thought that I would be tricked by someone. The one who killed my 9th brother is the remnant of the Cliff Ridge sect? It shouldn't be. All 72 people from the Cliff Ridge sect died at our hands. There shouldn't be any fish that escaped the net." Oh! Hearing that, the man turned his head and looked at Su Yun and Hu Qianmei. He coldly snorted and said indifferently, "After you passed through this mountain, did you not meet my brother? You should know how my brother died, right? Or perhaps you were the ones who killed him? They must have killed him. Otherwise, why would they leave in such a hurry?" Big brother, kill them and avenge ninth brother. Someone shouted coldly. The situation was not good. Suyin did not say a word, but his entire body was tense. Ayaya, sir, you've wronged us. We didn't kill your brothers. At this time, Hu Qianmei suddenly revealed a smile and said respectfully, actually, we were just passing by. We were planning to go to the Beiyang territory, but when we reached the foot of the mountain, we found that there were people fighting at the foot of the mountain. We were worried that we would be affected, so we took a detour, planning to stay away from trouble. That's why we left in a hurry. As for your brother, I guess it was most likely done by the person who fought with him. Oh, the man raised his eyebrows. Is what you said true? Absolutely, Hu Qianmei hurriedly said. In any case, when she lied, her face did not turn red, and her heart did not jump. Everything was natural. When the man heard this, he pondered. Soon, he waved his hand and said in a low voice, Fourth brother, fifth brother, go search around the mountain and find the whereabouts of the person who killed ninth brother. Yes. 2 people immediately flew out of the crowd and rushed out of the mountain. The man did not stand on ceremony. He waved his hand again and said indifferently, Kill these 2 people as well. It's useless to keep them. All right. A person behind him nodded and walked towards Su Yun and Hu Qianmei with a crescent moon blade. Chapter 650. Hearing the man's words, Hu Qianmei was shocked. But very quickly, she came to a realization. What he was facing was a group of spirit cultivators who killed without blinking an eye. Even if he lied to them, he would still not be able to escape the fate of being killed by them, because they did not plan to let him live at all. Looking at the people walking towards the 2 of them, Hu Qianmei could not help but laugh bitterly. I'm really unlucky to have met such a group of thieves. It's not bad luck. At least they look down on us. In this way, we have a chance. Su Yin shook his head. He grabbed the Lotus Star Sword in his hand and said softly, When we fight later, do not get entangled with them. Take the opportunity to escape and quickly leave this place. All right, Hu Qianmei said in a low voice. The man held onto the crescent blade with one hand, looking at Su Yun with a fierce and arrogant gaze. When he got closer, he sized Hu Qianmei up, and after a round, his eyes shone with a golden light. Although it's a fox demon, it's very beautiful. It's quite boring here, so I'll leave you here to relieve my boredom, the man said, and then slashed at Su Yun. The blade edge released profound strength, like a claw. It wrapped around Su Yun's body. If it was a normal person, they would have been scared silly, but Su Yun and Hu Qianmei were not afraid at all. The 2 of them brandished their swords, crossing them together and blocking the big blade. Clang! A muffled sound rang out, and the profound qi spread out like ripples. Su Yun and Hu Qianmei seized the opportunity and used their strength together. The surging energy in their bodies was like a flood that erupted and directly rushed towards the crescent blade. With a boom, the crescent blade shook violently. The person holding the blade was caught off guard and retreated a few steps. He actually fell to the ground on his butt, causing the ground to shatter into pieces. Seeing that, Su Yun's eyes burst out with a bright light. He bellowed, Let's go. The 2 of them immediately leaped into the air and rushed towards the horizon. Not good. The 2 of them are going to run away. The man got up and croaked loudly. Trash. You don't even know how to kill people? The rest of the people sensed the change and turned back. They soared into the sky and chased after Su Yun. The cultivation of these people were not weaker than Su Yun and Hu Qianmei, adding that the 2 of them had not completely recovered from the battle in Wanhua realm. They did not have much of an advantage in terms of speed. There was no other way. Su Yun clenched his teeth and activated the profound strength, planning to summon the Devil Bone Giant to stall the thieves. However, as soon as he activated it, the sky suddenly darkened. A strange dark cloud floated in the sky and completely covered the sun. Then, a scene of the end of the world appeared. Lightning flashed like dragons in the dark clouds. It was extremely terrifying. The clouds were very low, as if they would collapse at any time. Did that person use the profound technique? Seeing this scene, Hu Qianmei's face immediately changed. Be careful! Su Yun suddenly saw something and anxiously exclaimed. Carrying Hu Qianmei, He rushed to the side, and the two of them fell to the ground. Hundreds of black lightning bolts shot out from the pitch-black clouds, like a dense layer of spider webs, shrouding everyone's eyes. Su Yun and Hu Qianmei landed on the ground. Su Yun anxiously used his imperial equipment to protect the two of them. Looking at the strange black lightning in the sky, it was as if it was alive. It did not smash onto the bodies of the people, but instead directly smashed onto the ground, and a few of them even smashed onto the thieves who were chasing after Su Yun and Hu Qianmei. They let out shrill cries, and like birds falling from the sky, they all fell to the ground miserably. Seeing that, Su Yun and Hu Qianmei were shocked. They turned to look and were shocked to discover that the profound qi on their bodies had all been sealed. Streams of strange black electric currents coiled around their bodies like vines. These people struggled and twitched, finding it extremely difficult to even get up. What's going on? Hu Qianmei's heart jumped. Although she wasn't very clear about the cultivation of these existences, there was no doubt that their cultivation was above hers. But now they had all been subdued. It was enough to show that some even more ruthless fellows had arrived. Su Yun had already secretly taken out the keepsake that the Sword Ancestor had given him, hoping to send a signal for help to the Sword Ancestor again. From the looks of it, there should be a supreme expert here, and this supreme expert was not in cahoots with the thieves. The black lightning gradually dissipated, but the sky was still hazy. Unknowingly, waves of thick black qi had floated in the surroundings. Su Yun looked left and right and frowned. Devil qi, what? Hu Qianmei was startled. What a dense devil qi, and this smell is very familiar. Su Yun muttered, his heart feeling extremely suspicious. At this time, the sound of heavy footsteps came from within the devil qi. These footsteps were like awls, constantly pounding at the two's restless hearts. Go! It was obviously impossible. To the strong, the weak's escape was just a waste of time and energy. The two of them stared at the devil qi, their nerves extremely tense, but they heard a voice coming from within. Ignorant and fearless bugs are always so bold. They even dare to provoke the people of my devil sect. As the voice fell, a man with a height of more than 2 meters walked out from the dense devil qi. He was dressed in pitch-black armor. The man was wearing armor and a black helmet. The armor was covered with flood dragon serpent imprints, giving off an incomparably sinister feeling. His entire body was overflowing with devil qi, and those devil qi were like slender worms, continuously revolving around him. It was extremely strange. His face was extremely pale, almost devoid of blood. His eyes were also blood-red, mournful, and frightening. He walked step by step towards the people who were twitching on the ground. Then he extended his hand and grabbed one of them. His claw-like hand grabbed onto his face. Those who offend my devil sect must pay the price with death. He growled in a low voice, and the devil qi that overflowed from his body suddenly rushed into the man's body. Like needles, it pierced through the man's skin and flesh and pierced into his body. The man let out waves of mournful screams, but after a few breaths of time, his body turned into a pile of pale white bones, and he died completely. Seeing that, Hu Qianmei was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale and her entire body curled up in Su Yun's embrace, trembling. Without any effort, this person had killed a 6-stage Sky Spirit Master Cultivator. If he wanted to kill her and Su Yun, wouldn't that be as easy as flipping his hand? As for the rest of the thieves, they were also trembling in fear. Some of them even started to cry. They used all of their strength to hysterically shout, "Master, spare me! Master, spare me!" However, this person turned a deaf ear to them. He grabbed them one by one and killed them all, leaving not a single one alive. A moment later, the ground was littered with white bones. Seeing that, Su Yun's expression became even more serious. He gently patted Hu Qianmei's back and said softly, "If we fight later, you should leave first. This time, I'm afraid we won't be able to run together. Big brother, I won't leave you alone." Although Hu Qianmei was extremely afraid, she still braced herself and said anxiously, "Idiot, it's not that time yet. I'm just saying that." Whether the other party is an enemy or a friend, I'm not sure yet. Su Yun could not help but laugh. He then released Hu Qianmei, held onto the Lotus Star sword, and turned to look at the other side. A few more figures walked out from the dense devil chi. These people were either wearing black robes or black light armor. Every single one of them had a demonic pattern on their clothes, and every single one of them was covered in demonic aura. Moreover, their faces were all incomparably pale, and their eyes were blood red. Their faces were filled with hostility, as if they were ferocious fiends. Seeing these people, Su Yun could not help but think of the experts in the devil sect in his previous life. Weren't they dressed like this? Su Yun was suspicious. Just then, the existence that captured and killed these thieves took a few steps forward and approached Su Yun. At this moment, Su Yun felt that the other party's eyes were like the most powerful universe mirror in the world, seeing through his entire body, as though the Long Zhun's wristband that he was wearing was useless. Everything was seen through by him, and could not be hidden at all. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable, but now was not the time to consider his own feelings. Although the other party did not reveal much of the profound chi, just based on this method, he could conclude that this fellow's cultivation was probably not at the Sky Spirit Master level anymore. "Are you Su Yun?" At this moment, the man spoke up. "Who are you?" Su Yun was not in a hurry to answer, and asked back. However, the other party did not answer, and insisted on asking, "Are you Su Yun?" His eyes were extremely firm as he stared at Su Yun. Su Yun frowned. He quietly glanced at them, and realized that they did not reveal any signs of alertness, nor did they have any killing intent, nor did they have any ill intentions, so he nodded and said indifferently, "That's right, I am Su Yun." Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, the black-clothed and black-armored existences in front of him all knelt down on one knee. This subordinate pays his respects to Lord Demon Lord. These people called out piously. Hearing that, Su Yun was startled. Hu Qianmei, who was behind him, was even more dumbstruck. "Demon Lord, this. What's going on?" Su Yun regained his senses. He felt his tongue trembling, and asked in astonishment. The man raised his head and said seriously, "May I ask, Master, have you inherited the inheritance of Lord Mo and Lord Changgu, and obtained their peerless magic tools? Are you referring to those devil-bone giantess?" "That's right. I did obtain this item from the tombs of the two great devils." Su Yun nodded seriously. "Then there's no mistake." The devil cultivator said seriously, "Lord Mo and Lord Changgu have an extraordinary status in my true devil sect, and the current sect master has already left behind his last words. In the future, if anyone inherits the inheritance of the two great masters, the power they obtain will all belong to my true devil sect, and will occupy the position of Demon Lord." The devil cultivator said, "This time, the Wanhua realm has encountered an unforeseen event. We, the true devil sect, have sent people to investigate and found out that Lord Mo and Lord Changgu's descendants have appeared in the Wanhua realm. Thus, the sect master immediately sent us to look for you, and today, we have finally found you." With that, everyone shouted in unison, "Master, please follow us to the true devil realm and return to the devil sect to meet the sect master. Inherit the demon lord's position." Chapter 651. After speaking for a long time, Hu Qianmei was still in a daze, and Su Yun also felt his heart beating wildly, unable to accept it. Fortunately, the two of them had seen a lot of the world. After a long time, they finally recovered. Without waiting for Su Yun to speak, Hu Qianmei anxiously shouted, "Big brother, you can't go." Su Yun turned his head and looked at her suspiciously. "Why?" Hu Qianmei secretly glanced at these people and said softly, "Big brother, although you have obtained the inheritance of the great devil, what does this have to do with the true devil sect? What you obtained is a magic treasure, not a cultivation technique. Do you need to return to the true devil sect? Be careful. They're trying to use you to steal the treasure." Hearing that, Su Yun could not help but knock on her head and laughed. "If they really plan to harm me, do they need to go to the true devil sect? This place is enough. With these devil sect experts in front of me, even if I were to activate the devil bone giant, I would still not be a match for them. So this time you're wrong. That, even so, we can't go. Who knows what kind of tricks they will come up with. The True Devil sect has always been a terrifying organization in the True Devil realm. No one dares to provoke them. And if they're not careful, they will be killed. We have also seen the brutality of these fellows before. The bones on the ground are an example. We cannot afford to provoke them. Hu Qianmei muttered. The man seemed to have heard Hu Qianmei's words and spoke again. Lord Demon Lord, the sect master said, if master is not willing to return to the devil sect with us and meet the sect master, there is no need to force him. This time, inviting master to the devil sect is just a formality. To let master inherit the position of demon lord, there is no other meaning. Please do not misunderstand, master. Oh, really? Hearing that, Su Yun was silent for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, I still do not know the names of the few experts. Lord, you are too polite. We are the Mountain Gate Demon Guards. My name is Xing Ming, and this is the Vice Guard leader, Ku Tai. The Devil Cultivator said respectfully. Captain Xing and Captain Ku. Everyone, please get up and talk. Su Yun immediately went forward and helped everyone up. Thank you, my lord. They cupped their fists and cheered. You don't have to be so polite. My cultivation is not as good as yours. You can just call me Su Yun. Su Yun laughed. This subordinate wouldn't dare. Xing Ming and the rest immediately cupped their fists. Although Su Yun had never entered the True Devil sect, he had entered the Devil sect in his previous life. He knew that the rules in the Devil sect were strict and the hierarchy was strict, so he did not bother with pleasantries. Dare I ask Captain Xing, this Devil Monarch, where is he? How much power does he have? After a while, Su Yun asked the question he was most concerned about. Hu Qianmei, who was at the back, was confused. At this time, Su Yun did not quickly send this group of fellows away, but instead asked such a question. What was he trying to do? Xing Ming then said, the position of the Demon Monarch is extremely special. In terms of status, our Devil Sect's elders are on the same level, but the position has always been vacant. The sect leader did not send anyone to take over the position until you appeared. Only then did the sect leader announce that you will take over the position. Oh, no one has held this position before? Could it be that the position of Demon Lord is dispensable? Su Yun asked curiously. Hearing that, Xing Ming shook his head. Master, you have misunderstood. The position of the Demon Lord is not dispensable, but because its position is very special, only those who have contributed greatly to the Devil Sect can take on this heavy responsibility. I haven't even entered the Devil Sect. How can I do anything to the Devil Sect? Su Yun could not help but be suspicious. Although you don't have it, Lord Enmo and Lord Changgu have it. You have obtained the inheritance of the two of them, so you will inherit the position of Demon Lord. If Lord Enmo was still alive, he would have taken over the position of Demon Lord. Since he is no longer here, you will take over according to the rules. Could it be that no one in the Devil's Doctrine is qualified to have such a position? There are countless contributors, but none of them are qualified. Okay. Su Yun thought for a while, then nodded his head. Since that's the case, then, I might be able to agree to go to the Devil's Sect. Big brother. Hearing that, Hu Qianmei became anxious. Her small hands immediately grabbed onto Su Yun's clothes and pulled. Su Yun turned his head, only to see her small face filled with worry. Are you worried about my safety? That is the True Devil realm, the True Devil Sect. You have been in the ultimate martial world for so long. Don't tell me you don't know how dangerous it is? Hu Qianmei bit her lips and said, the people there are existences that even the people of Sword World do not dare to provoke. I understand. Su Yun sighed and said indifferently, but I must go. Why? Because of my sister. My parents have exhausted countless of energy and worked hard for so many years just to save my sister from the Supreme Sect, and as a son, I have to share the burden for my parents. Not to mention that it is my sister. I also have the obligation to save her. The True Devil Sect is extremely strong. It can be said that they have the qualifications to fight against the Supreme Sect. If I become the Demon Lord, I will have the qualifications to challenge them. Su Yun said seriously, but that's the Devil Lair. How could it be an ordinary place? Furthermore, if he became the Demon Lord, Would he really be able to let the true devil sect fight against the supreme sect? Would the true devil sect be willing to offend a strong opponent for you? Hu Qianmei retorted. You're right. Su Yin nodded and laughed. But if I go, I will have a chance, and if I don't go, I will be giving up. Furthermore, this kind of good fortune, if I lose it, I won't have it again, so I have to give it a try. Hearing that, Hu Qianmei opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but she did not say anything for a long time, only to hear her sigh and no longer speak. Master, let's go, Xing Ming said. Su Yin nodded. Xing Ming turned around and pulled out a demon blade from his waist. With a slash in the air, the blade slashed out a crack in the air. A black vortex continued to spin inside the crack, and the strange spatial chi clashed chaotically. It was actually somewhat similar to the crack in the dark place. A small demon guard in the true devil sect already had such strength, who knew what kind of existence the sect master was. Su Yin was a little excited. After taking 2 steps, he seemed to remember something. Qianmei, this time, don't follow me. Go to Beiyang and wait for my return. Su Yin turned his head and said to Hu Qianmei, That won't do. I also want to go to the true devil sect. Hu Qianmei immediately shook her head. You also said it before, that is the true devil realm. It is extremely dangerous. I have no time to take care of you. Su Yin said helplessly. TCH, you're still taking care of me? Your strength is not as high as mine. Although you have obtained the inheritance of the great devil, I am not bad either. The true dragon city in my hands is enough to fight against your devil bone giant. Hu Qianmei hugged her breasts and snorted. But in the next second, Xing Ming, who was at the side, spoke out coldly. Miss, the true devil sect is not in. Those who have nothing to do with my devil sect are not allowed to enter. What do you mean I have nothing to do with your devil sect? Hu Qianmei immediately stomped her feet and shouted, I am your devil monarch's wife. Madam Devil Monarch? Xing Ming and Ku Tai looked at each other, then said in unison, Then why don't you have devil chi on you? Must there be devil chi? Hu Qianmei was startled. If it's the demon monarch's dual cultivation partner, how can there be no devil chi? Don't try to cheat us, Xing Ming said coldly. Hu Qianmei was immediately at a loss for words. Seeing Hu Qianmei, who was usually smart and eloquent, being defeated, Su Yin could not help but find it funny, but Xing Ming's words gave him an excuse. All right, Mei Er, wait for me in the Beiyang. When I head to the devil's sect and complete the succession ceremony, I will immediately head to the Beiyang to look for you. Okay? Su Yin laughed. Hu Qianmei pouted and muttered, This is what you said. You must come and find me. If not, I will go and find you. Thinking about how Hu Qianmei had chased him all the way from the sky martial continent, Su Yun's heart was touched and warm. He patted Hu Qianmei's head and laughed. Don't worry. I will definitely come and find you. All right, you can go now. There's no rush. He turned his body and said to Xing Ming, This heavenly dragon region is extremely chaotic. There are tyrannical spirit cultivator everywhere. Everyone, please slow down for now. Can you accompany me to send your Madam Devil Monarch to the Beiyang, and then head to the Devil Sect? Su Yin did not wish for Hu Qianmei to meet those thieves again on the road. Everything will be according to Lord Devil Monarch's orders. All the demons shouted. Hearing that, Hu Qianmei's eyes curved into crescent moons. The corner of her mouth raised. Her heart was elated. With a group of true Devil Sect experts protecting him, Su Yun's journey was truly tyrannical. On the way, when he met Spirit Cultivator, he would take a detour, not daring to meet them. In just a few days, the two of them arrived at the Beiyang. Su Yun found Heiyu, arranged for a large house suitable for Spirit Cultivator to cultivate in, settled Hu Qianmei down, and then headed toward the true devil realm with Xing Ming. When he walked in the pitch-black crevice, that strange feeling rose up again. This time, Su Yun felt his entire body turn cold, as though he had fallen into a cold pond of ice, causing his entire body to tremble for 3 to 4 breaths of time before disappearing. Su Yun slowly opened his eyes, only to see that his surroundings were extremely dark. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The sky was dark red, and in the distance was a patch of gray. Even if he used the profound strength to look into the distance, he would not be able to see anything. This was similar to the Sky Martial Continent, but the chi here was even stronger, and the devil chi was so dense that it could suffocate people. Xing Ming hung the Black Order badge back on his waist, then cupped his fists and said, "Lord Devil Monarch, this subordinate has already reported the matter of your return to the Vice Sect Leader. The Vice Sect Leader is already waiting for you in the Black Demon Hall. Please follow this subordinate there quickly." "Got it, lead the way," Su Yin said. "Yes, sir." Xing Ming turned and followed the muddy road that seemed to be paved with meat and quickly advanced forward. No one flew, or perhaps they did not dare to. This was already the territory of the True Devil Sect, and according to the rules of the True Devil Sect, unless there was an emergency, no one in the True Devil Sect was allowed to fly without permission, including the sect leader. Su Yin had entered the Devil Sect before, and many of the things in the Devil Sect came from the True Devil Sect. It could be said that the Devil Sect was a branch of the True Devil Sect, and the rules here were extremely strict. Very quickly, Su Yin arrived in front of the grand entrance of the True Devil Sect. Chapter 652. The gate of the True Devil Sect was located on top of a tall mountain, but this mountain was not the entire True Devil Sect. It was said that the plains, Demon Sea, and so on behind the mountain were all the sects of the True Devil Sect. This sect was extremely powerful. There were countless devil cultivators in the sect, and their strength was extremely strong. Compared to the big sects that were able to challenge the immortals and gods of the immortal world back then, ordinary small sects could not be compared to them. In front of the door, there were two huge devil cultivator statues. The statues were dressed in armor, holding long swords in their hands, looking extremely mighty, and the entrance door was made of white bones, looking extremely imposing. When the two devil cultivator disciples at the door saw them, they immediately knelt down on one knee and shouted, "Greetings, Lord Xing Ming. Greetings, Lord Bitter Iron. This is the new successor, Lord Devil Lord," Xing Ming said coldly. When the two of them heard this, they immediately called out again, "Greetings, Lord Devil Lord." Su Yin nodded his head, feeling uncomfortable. He felt that these two devil cultivators were also very strong, and he could not be compared to them at all. Being treated so respectfully by a group of people whose cultivation was countless times stronger than his made him, who had always been in an environment where the strong preyed on the weak, feel uncomfortable. After entering the gate, they walked straight ahead and saw a huge skull. This skull was incomparably black, nearly 10 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters wide. Its two pitch-black eyes were emitting dark green flames, and its lower jaw was the door. In front of the door stood two devil cultivator disciples. Xing Ming walked to the front of the gigantic skull, knelt down on one knee, and shouted loudly, "Vice Sect Leader, Disciple Xing Ming has come to report. Lord Devil Lord has already arrived." "Yes." A clear and melodious voice came from inside. "Let Lord Devil Lord in. You guys can leave for now." "Yes, sir," Xing Ming shouted, and then the group of devil cultivators retreated. But Su Yin was extremely surprised. From a sound of it, it sounded like a woman. Could it be that the vice sect leader of the True Devil Sect was a woman? Su Yin thought, secretly swallowed his breath, and then walked towards the Black Demon Palace. From the outside, the interior of the door was pitch black. It could be said that one would not be able to see their own fingers if they stretched out their hands. However, once they entered, they strangely discovered that their line of sight suddenly became bright and clear. The furnishings inside were very simple. There were rows of chairs made of white bones, and on both sides of the walls hung skulls that flickered with demonic flames. The light overflowed from these flames, and at the very top, there was a sculpture of a bone snake. In front of the sculpture sat a youth who looked to be in his early 20s, with fair skin and a delicate appearance. The young man was wearing a black robe with golden edges. The robe did not seem to fit him at all, but when he wore it, he felt that it was rather cute. He sat crookedly on the chair, as if he was dozing off, and when Su Yin came in, he stood up. Seeing the person who had come, he was actually a little flustered. He anxiously stood up and carefully bowed to Su Yin. His mouth nodded. You? Hello, you must be Su Yun. I am the vice sect master of the devil sect, but Chi-Chi. Su Yun was a little dumbfounded. This seemingly weak and shy young man in front of him. Was he really the famous devil sect's vice sect leader? Chi-Chi? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like it. No temperament at all? Su Yun regained his senses. His heart was filled with suspicions. He took a deep breath, cupped his fists, and said, Su Yun greets the eight-toothed sect leader. No need to be so polite. Octagon Aniseed rubbed his head and stuttered, I have just become the vice sect master, and there are many things that I do not understand. Please guide me in the future, Su Yun. Okay. I called you here today because I want you to carry out the Demon Lord succession ceremony. I was assigned by the sect master to tell you some things about the devil sect. Actually, I don't know much either. Hee. Octagon Aniseed laughed. His smile was extremely brilliant, just like a younger brother next door. Was this guy really the vice sect master of the true devil sect? Looking at Octagon Aniseed's appearance, Su Yun became more and more confused. Su Yun, please take a seat, let's talk. Octagon Aniseed suddenly thought of something and immediately said, Thank you, eight-toothed sovereign. Hee, you're welcome. Octagon Aniseed laughed. Seeing that Su Yun had sat down, he sat down cautiously. He clasped his hands together, thought for a moment, and then asked, Master Su Yun, you are now the Demon Lord. I hope that you can treat yourself as a member of the devil sect. Take good care of the devil sect and protect the devil sect. Protect? No problem. Su Yun wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, Also, I want to ask you something. It's about the inheritance of Lord Enmo and Lord Changgu. Octagon Aniseed laughed embarrassedly. Lord Demon Lord, when you fought with the people of the Sword World in the Wanhua realm, you used the magic tools left behind by the two lords. I believe you must have obtained the two of them. May I ask, Lord Demon Lord, how did you obtain the inheritance of the two of them? Hearing that, Su Yun was silent for a moment, then immediately opened his mouth and told her about the inheritance of the great devil. As he listened, his expression was abnormally rich. Sometimes he was surprised, sometimes he revealed an expression of incomparable fear, and when he heard the thrilling part, he cried out again and again, as if he was the Su Yun from back then. His performance was extremely exaggerated. Looking at Octagon Aniseed's performance, Su Yun felt that he looked like a young child who had yet to experience the world and did not conform to the dignified image of the devil sect's vice sect master in people's hearts. After he finished speaking, Octagon Aniseed sighed with emotion and exclaimed in admiration. He clapped his hands and said, I never thought that you, Demon Lord, would have such a fortuitous encounter. To be able to pass the test of Lord Enmo and Lord Changgu, it could be seen that you are also fated with my devil sect. It's just luck. Su Yun cupped his fists and said, No matter what, you are the successor of the two lords, and to my devil sect, the two lords have an extraordinary meaning and status. You are their successor, so naturally, you are not ordinary either, and the position of Demon Lord will definitely belong to you. I have already sent people to make arrangements, and in 3 days, the Demon Lord succession ceremony will begin. After the ceremony, you will undergo the baptism of the devil statue and obtain supreme devil power. At the same time, the sect master has bestowed you with a magic armor to protect your body. Everything is up to the sect master. Su Yun nodded. All right, I'll first order someone to bring you around the devil sect. After that, you can rest for a while. When everything is ready, you could take over the position of Demon Lord. Octagon Aniseed laughed. It seemed like he was no longer as reserved as before, so he didn't stutter as much. Su Yun nodded. Very quickly, Octagon Aniseed summoned a devil cultivator and led Su Yun out of the Black Demon Hall, while Octagon Aniseed himself continued to nap in the Black Demon Hall, looking as if he could not wake up. After leaving the Black Demon Hall, Su Yun was led by the devil cultivator towards the interior of the true devil sect. This devil cultivator was called Mo. He had been in the true devil sect for 200 years, but because his talent was not good and his cultivation was not good, he could only be an ordinary demon guard. Lord Demon Lord, in front of us is the devil field where the disciples of the devil sect cultivate, and in the mountains behind us, They're all individual cultivation grounds. Every disciple who enters the devil sect will be given a cultivation ground by the sect, and every month, every disciple will have to complete the missions given by the sect, and every month, the sect will give every disciple the necessary items for cultivation. As Muemo walked, he introduced it to Su Yun. Although his cultivation was not good, he was still at the 6th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, which was much higher than Su Yun's. Is the status in the sect different? And the cultivation resources distributed are also different? That's not true. Mumo shook his head. From the elders to the ordinary devil cultivator, the cultivation materials given by the sect are the same. No one will have more, no one will have less, but if you want to obtain good cultivation materials, you can complete the specific missions assigned by the sect. The rules of the devil sect are strict, but relatively speaking, they are very fair as long as you are willing to work hard. Everyone has a chance. Hearing that, Su Yun nodded and sighed in his heart. Compared to the other sects, the devil sect was not bad. After passing through these cultivation grounds, we will be able to reach the cultivation grounds of the elders. Lord, Demon Lord, do you want to pay a visit to the group of elders? Muemo asked. It's not convenient to meet now. Let's wait until the succession ceremony is over. Su Yun said indifferently. Yes, sir. All right, when I was talking to the eight-toothed sect leader just now, I benefited a lot. May I ask, has the eight-toothed sect leader always been like this? Su Yun hesitated for a moment, then said softly, That look, it really did not look like something a sect leader should have. Did the people of the devil sect purposely find a person to test him? Unexpectedly, when he said that, Mumo's face changed. He anxiously turned his body and cupped his fists toward Su Yun. Lord Demon Lord, this disciple has just entered the sect and is not familiar with the vice sect leader, so this disciple does not know. Eggy, are you lying like this? If you're not familiar with Octagon Aniseed, how could he let you lead the way for me? Su Yun was a little disdainful. However, from Mumo's performance, he was afraid that Octagon Aniseed was not as weak as he saw it to be. Since you don't know, then forget it. Let's go. Take me to the devil arena. Su Yun said indifferently. Lord, Demon Lord, this way please. Muemo immediately said. In the following period of time, Muemo brought Su Yun around, but he did not introduce Su Yun as the new Demon Lord to anyone. Su Yun understood that this identity would only be announced at the inauguration ceremony. Through the conversation with Muemo, Su Yun also knew the result of the battle in the Wanhua realm. The battle ended with the defeat of the Sword World, Jin Maluo being heavily injured, the fall of the Star Sword Sovereign, Qin Wenrong, Dao Xing, and the rest all having their cultivations destroyed, and were reduced to the 1st stage of the Sky Spirit Master. Amongst the disciples, the Cloud Heavenly Palace had the most casualties. It was said that the Wanhua Realm Lord had intentionally instructed the people of Realm Tree to massacre the experts of the Wanhua Realm. Su Yun guessed that this was most likely done by the Realm Lord in order to weaken the Wanhua Realm's power. After all, the grudge had already been formed, and it was impossible to resolve it. The only thing he could do was to do his best to kill more Cloud Heavenly Palaces. And with the Cloud Heavenly Palace's power weakened, he would not dare to invade the Wanhua Realm again. However, the effect of this thought was not obvious. After all, the Cloud Heavenly Palace was a big sect in the Sword World with countless disciples. The group of people who died under Jin Maluo's command were only injured and were not fatal. Unknowingly, the two of them had arrived at a private room. Seeing that, Muemo anxiously turned and cupped his fists. Lord Demon Lord, this is a forbidden area. Please take a detour. Another forbidden area? Su Yun frowned. Along the way, he had encountered countless forbidden grounds. There were truly a lot of forbidden grounds in the Devil sect. He reckoned that half of the territory could not be casually entered. However, there was nothing he could do. This was not his home, so he could only take a detour. Muemo, who is this person? Just as Su Yun and Muemo turned around, a voice suddenly came from behind. Chapter 653. Muemo and Su Yun turned to look, only to see a man dressed in yellow walking out from the elegant garden. His head was tied with braids that looked like snakes. These braids were scattered all over his forehead, making him look terrifying. The people of Devil's sect were all dressed in black. Although his yellow clothes were dark yellow, it was still quite conspicuous. Seeing this person, Mu-Mo immediately knelt down on one knee, cupped his fists, and said, "Greetings, Lord Three-Bone Dragon. No need to be so polite." The person smiled and helped Mu-Mo up. He then glanced at Su-Yun and asked, "Who is this person?" Mu-Mo's face changed, and he did not speak. Seeing that, Su-Yun was suspicious, but he still opened his mouth. "I am Su-Yun, greetings, master." "Su-Yun?" Three-Bone Dragon swept a glance at Su-Yun and said indifferently, "Although I see devil chi on your body, it is not strong, and is not the same as my devil sect chi. You do not seem to be a member of my devil sect." 3 days from now, Su-Yun laughed. "Why?" the Three-Bone Dragon asked with interest. Su-Yun hesitated for a moment and was prepared to say it out loud. But before he could say anything, Mu-Mo immediately knelt on the ground, his head knocking on the ground, and said softly, reporting to Master Three-Bone Dragon, "Master Su-Yun is the new demon lord of my devil sect, and the succession ceremony will be held in 3 days." Mu-Mo's words gradually became softer and softer, his voice trembling. With that said, the face of the man called Three-Bone Dragon suddenly changed. His change was extremely clear. Su-Yun could even see the dense shock and hatred in his eyes. What was going on? Without waiting for the Three-Bone Dragon to speak, Mu-Mo anxiously stood up and cupped his fist towards the Three-Bone Dragon. "Master, disciple, and Master Su-Yun still have important matters to attend to, so we will not stay any longer." With that said, Mu-Mo anxiously turned and cupped his fists towards Su-Yun. "Master, please follow me." After that, he left in a hurry, as if he did not want to stay here for even a moment longer. Su-Yun was suspicious. He secretly glanced at the Three-Bone Dragon, only to realize that the man's entire body was uncontrollably releasing a bit of killing intent. He did not say a word, looked at Su-Yun, and then immediately turned and walked into the house. Seeing that, Su-Yun's head was filled with fog. He could not understand what was going on. He followed closely behind Mu-Mo. Only after they left did Mu-Mo heave a sigh, as if his entire body had relaxed. Seeing that, Su-Yun asked, "Mu-Mo, what are you doing? Why did he leave in such a hurry? Could it be that there is something difficult to say that is not convenient to say in front of the Three-Bone Dragon?" However, after he said that, Mu-Mo's expression changed for a while. After a long while, he turned around and knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Master, there is nothing I can do about this matter." Originally, this disciple wanted to hide the fact that Master is about to become the demon lord from the Three-Bone Dragon, but disciple saw that he could not hide it anymore, so he had no choice but to say it out loud. "Oh, then you have to tell me, why did you hide the fact that I am about to succeed the demon lord?" Su-Yun did not understand. Mu-Mo sighed and said, "Actually, it's impossible to hide it. After all, this is the devil sect. This Three-Bone Dragon has actually been coveting the position of devil lord for a long time." Coveting the position of demon lord for a long time? Hearing that, Su-Yun was startled. What exactly is going on? It's a long story. "Master, you should have seen the elegant garden where Lord Three-Bone Dragon is, right?" "I saw it. The Three-Bone Dragon is a great demon with an extremely strong cultivation. His cultivation came from the hands of the sect master. His profound technique is astonishing, and he is favored by the sect master. Thus, he wanted to rely on this, and wanted to advance to the demon lord and obtain a special fortune. But the sect master was unwilling and rejected his request, and said that if he did not have any special contributions to the true devil sect, he would not be allowed to succeed the demon lord. Lord Three-Bone Dragon did not accept this, and caused a lot of trouble. At the same time, forced many experts in the sect to support him in becoming the demon lord, but this angered the sect master, and thus, the sect master imprisoned the Three-Bone Dragon in the elegant garden, forbidding him from leaving the devil sect, and even more so, forbidding him from leaving the elegant garden without permission, unless something happens in the devil sect. Otherwise, he must meditate in the elegant garden. So, You don't dare to casually tell him that I am about to succeed the position of Demon Lord, afraid that it will make him unhappy, right? Su Yun suddenly understood and asked, That's right, but thinking about it carefully, I'm afraid I won't be able to hide it. Rather than that, I might as well tell him the truth. Muamo said. However, Su Yun laughed bitterly. If you can't hide it, you can tell me the truth. What should I do? From what you said, this 3-bone dragon's cultivation is not simple, and it has always been thinking about the position of Demon Lord. Now that I have taken his position, wouldn't he hate me to the bones? Your position is due to the inheritance of Lord In Mo and Lord Changgu. The two of you have made great contributions to our devil sect, and you are their successor. Even if this 3-bone dragon is as bold as the heavens, it would definitely not dare to hold a grudge against you. Therefore, you don't have to worry. Is that so? Su Yun laughed bitterly and did not speak anymore. The places that the true devil sect could go to were similar to the ordinary devil cultivator sects. It was not interesting, but the places that Su Yun was interested in were mostly forbidden grounds. Unless it was a specific person or a sect master, no one else was allowed to approach. Therefore, Su Yun ended his stroll early and allowed Mo to lead him to the temporary training grounds arranged by the vice sect master and started cultivating early. It was said that the cultivation grounds of the people of the devil sect were all caves and were located in the middle of the mountain range in the true devil sect. The cave that Su Yun was in was extremely different because this cave was extremely close to the sect master and the vice sect master's cave and was already close to the training grounds of the group of elders. From the training grounds, one could tell how special the Demon Lord's position was. Su Yun entered the cave and started to size it up. There were 2 true devil sect disciples guarding the cave entrance. From the entrance, they could see that there was nothing special about the cultivation grounds, but after entering, there was a completely different world inside. In the center of the cave, there was a high platform, and on the platform, there was a black gem. Surging energy overflowed from the gem, allowing people to absorb it and increase their cultivation. This gem was a treasure, not something an ordinary person could possess, and no one knew where the true devil sect obtained it from. The walls of the cave were engraved with all sorts of strange demonic marks. These demonic marks were all blood red in color, and they looked like small snakes that crawled along the walls. When one cultivated here, these demonic marks could assist the cultivator by clearing the demonic energy in the cultivator's body and soothing the demonic energy in the cultivator's body, allowing the cultivator to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Every single stone here, every single line, was extraordinary. If one were to cultivate here, their cultivation would definitely soar by 1,000 miles. Su Yun sat cross-legged in the cave, his eyes burning with passion. The True Devil Sect is a great sect in the True Devil realm and has a great reputation in the Myriad Heavens realm. Any disciple here is as strong as a mountain, and with the help of the True Devil Sect, he might be able to save his sister. Furthermore, cultivating here far surpasses any sect that I have ever met, so after cultivating here, my strength will definitely increase greatly. Su Yun thought, if it wasn't for his sister, he definitely wouldn't have accepted the position of Demon Lord, and would even draw a clear line between him and the True Devil Sect. After all, deep in his heart, he still hoped to be able to stay away from trouble and peace. After all, although the Devil Sect was a large sect, it was not some quiet water. It was muddy, and the grudges and entanglements inside were countless. After Mo left, Su Yun sat cross-legged in the cave alone, adjusting the profound qi in his body. These few days passed quietly, until the 3rd day. Mo came again, but this time he was not the only one who came. There were also many male and female devil cultivators. These devil cultivators were holding all kinds of decorations, majestic and gorgeous armors, and even long swords. One of the devil cultivators was holding a plate with many materials on it, and among these materials, there were even bones and internal organs with fresh blood on them, as though they had just been taken from a living creature. Master, the ceremony is about to begin. Please follow the sect rules and wear the Demon Lord armor, hold the Demon Lord sword, and dress according to the Demon Lord's etiquette. head to the demon altar to carry out the succession ceremony. Mu Mo respectfully said to Su Yun, who was sitting in the middle of the cave. Su Yun slowly opened his eyes, looked at the devil cultivator S, and nodded. Seeing that, the devil cultivator S all walked over and served Su Yun. After putting on the armor, the attendant activated the profound strength, and the blood on the banana started to draw patterns on Su Yun's armor and skin. The internal organs, bones and flesh were shattered and smeared in the center of the armor. A dark red cloak was tied to the back of the helmet, and the two sides of the shoulder pads were pinned with dark feathers. The process of decorating was extremely complicated, but Su Yun was surprised to discover that all of the decorations were not just for looks. They seemed to have other uses, because every time a decoration was completed, Su Yun would feel the devil power in his body stirring strangely. These armor decorations did not increase Su Yun's devil power. On the contrary, they seemed to be seducing the desire in Su Yun's body for devil power and the desire in his heart for power. They were like peerless beauties, constantly provoking the madness that was suppressed in his heart. Do I have to wear these things? Su Yun's breathing became hurried, his face pale white. He could be said to be the weakest demon lord in history. How could these decorations withstand it? Vice sect leader said that you might not be able to withstand the chi of these armors and treasures, but these items are necessary for the demon lord and are also necessary to increase your strength. You must wear them and cannot take them off. After the ceremony is over, you might be able to increase them a bit more. Please bear with it, master. Muamo said. Hearing that, Su Yun was extremely helpless. Although he was unwilling, he could only clench his teeth and persevere. Since the people of the true devil sect were looking for him to succeed the demon lord, they wouldn't harm him. This went on for close to 6 hours, and all the complicated matters were done. The ceremony was about to begin. Su Yun understood that this time was different from the past. Once he stepped on it, it would be difficult to turn back, but for the sake of the things that he had to complete, he had to risk it all. Chapter 654. At the moment, Su Yun was wearing a thick black scale armor. His entire body was covered with ghost imprints, and behind him was a dark red cloak. The black feathers on his shoulders were extended, making him look extremely mighty, but his face was extremely pale, and sweat was dripping down like water, as though he was not relaxed at all. After everything was set up, Su Yun, under the lead of Mu Mo, walked out of the cave and headed towards the altar of demons. When they met the devil cultivator on the road, they all knelt down on one knee, revealing a respectful and pious expression, as though they were the most devout believers looking at their own faith. Su Yun saw the expressions of these people, but even so, he still did not understand the position of Demon Lord. This position was extremely different from an elder, so what did it represent? Why was the three-bone dragon so obsessed with this position? All the elite disciples had already gathered at the altar of demons. Because the sect master was in seclusion, the ceremony this time was managed by the vice sect master, Octagon Aniseed. The altar was set up on the west side of the true devil sect. When Su Yun reached the altar of demons, he spent a full 2 days. As he approached the altar, he could see a gigantic heavenly demon statue standing in front of him from afar. The statue's appearance could not be seen clearly, but it was covered in armor and had a pair of huge wings on its back. In its hand was a gigantic and slender demon sword, pointing straight at the clouds. Its vast body was covered in patterns, and circles of light bloomed from within the patterns. It was extremely mighty, as though it was a god. Below this statue, there were 12 smaller statues. These statues were all either wearing armor or robes. There were men and women with different expressions and different weapons in their hands. Su Yun looked from afar and was surprised to discover that amongst these statues, there were actually 2 that looked like Changgu and Inemo. From the looks of it, these statues were the great demon statues that had contributed greatly to the devil sect. The devil chi enveloped the altar of demons. The sky was extremely dark, and the pitch-black soil was stepped on by the devil cultivator until it was uneven. When Su Yun walked over, the sky was already drizzling. This was different from the rain in the sky martial world. The rain here was also pitch black and contained devil chi. The closer he got to the altar of demons, the denser the devil chi became. Approaching the entrance, one could see that in front of the incomparably huge statue, there was a tall, circular altar. The altar was surrounded by devil cultivator reliefs, and countless devil cultivator stood around the altar. In the air around the altar, there were many powerful, demonic people with terrifying auras. There were men and women, old and young. When the demon lord's guard of honor walked over, all the demons simultaneously turned their gazes to it. The demon monarch has descended. All devils will bow down to you. The devil cultivator at the front of the guard of honor shouted loudly, his voice traveling very far. In an instant, other than the floating devil cultivator, all the devil cultivators on the ground knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Demon King! Greetings, Demon King! Greetings, Demon King!" The sound was like a tsunami that came wave after wave, and it continued for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before it stopped. Su Yun looked up and saw that the gigantic altar of demons was filled with a black mass of devil cultivators. What was even more terrifying was that none of these devil cultivators were existences below the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. Everyone in front of him was many times stronger than him, but now they were bowing down to him. Su Yun's heart was filled with emotions. He felt that fortune was hard to predict. He took a deep breath, and with the armor patterns on his body, he took heavy steps towards the top of the altar. When he took his first step, the entire area around the altar quietened down. Everyone was still kneeling on one knee, quietly waiting. Su Yun walked towards the altar step by step. Following the gaps in the crowd, he stepped onto the tall altar steps, and at the top of the altar, the delicate-looking Vice Sect Master Octagon Aniseed was already waiting there. He held a pitch-black human skull in his hands and looked at Su Yun quietly. Inside the human skull in his hands, there was a devil fire burning. Every step he took sounded especially loud at this moment. Every step was especially heavy at this moment. There were a total of 147 steps, and Su Yun had finished all of them. Standing at the top of the altar, one could see a square array seal constantly revolving. This was not the first time Su Yun had seen this array seal. In his previous life, when he joined the Devil Sect, he had seen this array seal before. Today, not only was he inheriting the position of Demon Lord, he had also officially become a demon. He never thought that the Devil Sect and the true Devil Sect ceremony to enter the formation would be the same. He looked at the huge statue in front of him that soared in the clouds, walked into the array seal, and knelt down on one knee. The heavy armor let out creaking sounds. This monarch has accepted the devil's orders, stepped on the devil's path, carried the devil's heart, and entered the devil's path. Are you willing to be consigned to eternal damnation and have no regrets for eternity? I am willing. Xiao Xiao's heavenly Tao. Only I walk the path of the devil. All living beings in the world are confused. They do not know. Only I am clear-headed. No one understands the devil. Only the devil understands the devil. Since the monarch has already entered, he will definitely not disappoint the heavens and will not be ashamed of the earth. Great devil, from now on, I am willing to use my heart to guarantee that Su Yun will enter my devil sect and enter my devil sect. The Vice Sect Master closed his eyes and shouted loudly, while waving his hands as if he was urging some kind of technique. Threads of devil chi circled around his fingertips like swimming dragons, and on top of his head, a circle of mysterious door light floated up. The pitch-black skull also floated up, and the devil fire in the bones burned even more vigorously, overflowing from its pores. Boom! Suddenly, a pitch-black bolt of lightning flashed across the dark sky. This bolt of lightning was unimaginably black. As soon as it appeared, the sky turned gray. The lightning appeared from the sky and went straight into the gigantic upper demon statue below. It smashed into its skull and instantly entered its body. The moment the lightning entered the statue, the entire statue suddenly began to tremble. The statue that had rushed into the clouds actually came to life. However, Su Yun could not feel any signs of life. Seeing the statue moving stiffly in front of him, Su Yun guessed that the statue was just a magical equipment and the lightning was some kind of key. At this moment, it was only temporarily activated. The statue opened its eyes. The bell-like eyes flashed with devil fire. He extended his hand and pointed at Su Yun, the huge fingertip releasing a burst of devil chi, directly hitting Su Yun's body. In an instant, the pain of 10,000 snakes surged through Su Yun's entire body. This kind of feeling was extremely unbearable. Su Yun could not suppress it, and released a painful roar. His entire body was enveloped by the devil chi, and he floated in the air. At the same time, he found that his thoughts were uncontrollably changing, and his memories were spinning wildly. Painful scenes from the past appeared in his mind one by one, as if they were rewinding. It was the scene of him being bullied in his previous life. The scene of Qing Er's tearful plea. The death of his parents and the ridicule of others. The scene of Qing Er's tragic death. The scene of the sword elder being executed. The scene of Hu Qianmei compromising and sacrificing himself. These unhappy memories kept surging out. Many things should have dissipated like smoke long ago, but at this moment, all of them were hooked up. They were like sharp blades, cutting Su Yun's heart like aphrodisiacs, stimulating Su Yun's killing intent. His eyes began to turn blood red. His expression became sinister and twisted. All the tendons in his body bulged. Fresh blood surged crazily. At this moment, Octagon Aniseed opened his eyes wide. The devil chi around his body transformed into countless large hands, surrounding Su Yun's body and slapping him continuously. With every slap, a large amount of devil chi would explode. Demon, one should have a clear conscience towards the heavens and the earth, and a clear conscience towards oneself. Justice existed in the heavens and the earth, yet it was crushed by power. Those who were truly kind had been slaughtered a long time ago, and everything no longer existed. However, what did power count for in this world? Since power wants to use violence to crush justice, then we will use violence to crush power. Tear apart this hypocritical starry sky and tightly grasp the truth that only belongs to us. Destroy all the injustices in the world and kill all those who deserve to be killed. Ignore the high and mighty immortals and gods. Just be the most carefree and unfettered self and walk on this road that only belongs to us. Octagon Aniseed shouted loudly. Hearing those words, Su Yun felt as if he was about to explode. The killing intent in his body was completely uncontrollable, and at that moment, it completely exploded. He struggled with all his might, wanting to break free from the restrictions of the devil chi and kill to his heart's content. 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 Kill to his heart's content, and kill to his heart's content. However, no matter how he struggled, there was always a mysterious force restraining him. This power was like a shackle, suppressing him, and the current Su Yun was doing his best to break through the shackle. Perhaps this shackle had existed in his heart for a very, very long time, and now everything Octagon Aniseed was doing was to help Su Yun break free from the shackles. The devil chi was still corroding Su Yun's body, and a hysterical roar resounded throughout the entire altar. At this moment, Su Yun felt a pain as if his flesh and bones were being separated. This kind of pain was unprecedented and completely exceeded one's imagination. The surrounding elders of the true devil sect all landed on the ground. They formed a circle and stood around the altar, then raised their hands into the air, closed their eyes, and activated. Waves after waves of devil chi flew out from their palms like dragons, converging towards Su Yun, who was on the altar. The devil chi filled the sky. The devil energy rippled back and forth in the air. A cold and ruthless aura filled the entire world. Su Yun's expression twisted. He tried his best to control his consciousness, wanting to remain clear-headed, but this time, Octagon Aniseed suddenly spoke. Demon Lord, don't suppress the demonic nature in your heart. Release it. Release it completely and break through the shackles that have always bound you. With that said, Su Yun subconsciously gave up on his last bit of consciousness. Break through the shackles. This was exactly what he wanted. And it was also the core purpose of this ceremony and ceremony. Awaken the obsession in everyone's hearts. Never give up. He continued to roar hysterically, but this time it was no longer to suppress the power in his heart. Instead, it was to vent, to resist the restraints that had always been suppressing him in his heart. Chapter 655. After an unknown period of time, the upper demon statue that had landed in front of the altar gradually calmed down. It returned to its previous posture and remained motionless. The devil chi that was circling around its body also gradually dissipated. When the surrounding elders saw this, they all stopped their attacks. Octagon Aniseed continued to chant a few incantations with his eyes closed, and then with a wave of his hand, the pitch-black palms that were continuously slapping Su Yun's body all dissipated. The current Su Yun was like a pitch-black cocoon. He floated in the air above the altar. The devil chi continued to linger around him, seeping into his skin. At this moment, his skin was even paler than white paper. Crack! Just then, the devil chi around Su Yun trembled, and his body released a muffled sound, as though something had broken, or perhaps the gas had dissipated. When Octagon Aniseed heard this, his face revealed a look of joy. The shackles have been broken. Slowly, Su Yun slowly descended. When he landed on the ground, the devil chi that surrounded him also slowly retreated like silk being peeled off a cocoon. Su Yun gently stood on top of the altar. At that moment, he looked completely new, and when he opened his eyes again, they were already blood-red, sinister, and terrifying. His pale skin released a large amount of devil chi. His entire body was filled with an extremely heavy, baleful aura. If an ordinary person were to land beside him, they would probably suffocate to death. Su Yun took a deep breath. He felt that the spirit core in his body had increased by countless numbers, and a large portion of them had already transformed into devil chi spirit core, only producing devil chi. The profound chi in his body was also dominated by devil chi. However, what made people extremely happy was that after this baptism, his cultivation had actually directly advanced from the 3rd stage of the Sky Spirit Master to the 4th stage. The ceremony went smoothly. Seeing that, the Vice Sect leader smiled and nodded. About that, Lord Demon Lord, you have successfully become a demon. From today onwards, you are also a part of my true devil sect. I must congratulate you first. Thank you. Su Yun slowly opened his mouth. His voice was extremely gloomy. Disciple greets the Demon Lord. The people below once again knelt down and shouted loudly, their voices like a tsunami. Greetings, Demon Lord. This time, even the clan elders and elites all bowed to Su Yun. After the ceremony ended, Su Yun officially became the Demon Lord, entered the Devil Dao, and became a member of the Devil Sect. His position was above countless people, and he would naturally be respected. With this position, Su Yun understood that if he saved his sister, there would be hope for him to fight against the Supreme Sect. Demon Lord, please stand still and accept the praise of my true devil sect, he said again. With that said, the clan elders below started to walk up the altar one by one, bit their fingers, and used their blood to cut a mark on Su Yun's chest armor. With each of them, the dozen or so elders had already dyed Su Yun's chest red. Su Yun silently accepted it. There were many rules for the ceremony, and the etiquette was complicated, but it had to be completed. After all, these were the rules. Looking at the densely packed, true devil sect people below the altar, Su Yun was extremely moved. Previously, he had endured the excruciating pain of the 10,000 snakes and tried his best to break through the shackles. But now, the shackles had been broken, and the killing intent in his heart had disappeared without a trace. It was quite miraculous. However, just as Su Yun's mind was filled with thoughts, his thoughts suddenly became chaotic. Following that, the blood in his body suddenly boiled, and in the blink of an eye, It rose by over 1,000 degrees, straight towards 10,000 degrees. Su Yun's skin suddenly became bright red. His body trembled a few times and actually fell to the ground, fainting. Seeing this, the surrounding demons were in an uproar. The demon lord had actually fainted in front of everyone. This was like throwing a boulder into a calm pool of water, stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. What's going on? The elder was shocked. Quickly carry Demon Lord down and heal him. Immediately go and invite the sect leader, quickly. Octagon Aniseed shouted anxiously. Yes, sir. The altar was instantly in chaos. An elder took out his devil chi, supported Su Yun, and quickly rushed out of the altar. After exiting the altar, the devil sect elder and Octagon Aniseed rushed to a hill outside. On top of the hill, there was a huge demon array made of blood, and 7 devil cultivators stood around the array. When the demons arrived, the devil cultivator all knelt down on one knee and bowed to Octagon Aniseed and the others. The demon lord's body is acting strangely. Quickly activate the demon array. I want to treat the demon lord. A black-robed elder with a doddering appearance shouted. Yes, sir. Devil cultivator cupped his fists and then sat cross-legged around the array. He then cut his wrist, causing blood to flow out, and pressed his hand on the edge of the array, injecting his devil blood into the array. At this moment, Su Yun was like a scalding furnace. His skin was already scarlet red, and his entire body's temperature was extremely high. Seeing Su Yun in such pain, all the demons were confused. How could the demon lord be like this? Could it be that he is unable to withstand the devil power of this demon lord armor? An elder asked. Elderly Mo's words are wrong. Although the demon lord's cultivation is not high, it is not to the point where he cannot withstand the devil power of the demon lord armor. Furthermore, if he cannot withstand it, there should be a reaction when he is wearing it. Furthermore, the demon lord's current situation does not seem to be caused by the devil power being too strong. As Octagon Aniseed spoke, he carefully approached Su Yun. From the looks of it, he seemed to be extremely afraid. His head stretched out for a while, and then immediately retracted, afraid that Su Yun would harm him. Hearing that, the demon lord stared at Su Yun seriously for a moment, then nodded his head. That's right, the demon lord's reaction does not seem to be caused by the devil chi being too heavy. But if that's not the case, then what is it? Don't tell me. Someone has secretly attacked Lord Devil Monarch? That's completely impossible. Who would dare to be impudent on the demon altar? Furthermore, we are all present, so no one can easily make a move under our noses. A female devil cultivator with pitch-black skin at the side said. That's right. What we should do now is to quickly save Lord Demon Lord. Although Lord Demon Lord's cultivation is not strong, he is the successor of Enmo and Lord Changgu, so he cannot have any mishaps. Standing Devil, quickly make a trip and report this matter to the sect leader. We will now begin to cast a spell for Lord Demon Lord to stabilize his body. I am worried that if this continues, Lord Demon Lord's body will be damaged. When everyone heard this, they all nodded their heads seriously, and then began to split up. Octagon Aniseed, the dignified vice sect master, actually did not dare to touch Su Yun. He shrunk to the side and glanced at Su Yun, then allowed the female devil cultivator to go up and help Su Yun up. The other elders, with Su Yun as the center, sat down cross-legged and began to cooperate with the formation to cast spells to stabilize the strange symptoms of the scorching heat in Su Yun's body. Only the right medicine will have an effect. Don't be in a hurry to use the profound chi. First, take a look at what's going on in his body. Octagon Aniseed stretched his neck and muttered, Yes, Vice Sect Leader. All the demons replied, and then struck out with their palms, striking towards Su Yun. Black rays of light shot out from the demon palms towards Su Yun, invading his body. However, the moment the rays touched Su Yun's body, a scorching heat spread through the black lines towards the surrounding elders. The elders' faces all changed. They hastily stopped the rays and stopped their movements. At the same time, Su Yun, who had his eyes closed and was originally unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. He leaped into the air and floated in the air. His body ignited with a strange pitch-black fire. The fire burned the demon lord armor on his body to nothing, leaving only the sword sheath, and his body was also filled with strange demon marks that looked like venomous snakes, blood-red veins seeping out from his pale white skin. His eyes were like lava, scarlet yellow. This, what's going on? Looking at Su Yun, who had suddenly jumped up, Octagon Aniseed stuttered. What a high temperature! These elders all retreated from the formation. They looked at their palms, only to discover that a transparent hole had been burned by a high temperature. Just then, Su Yun, who was in the air, released a heart-wrenching roar, and then suddenly rushed down, rushing towards the elder. He formed a fist with one hand and punched towards the black-skinned female devil cultivator. The fist looked ordinary, but when it got close, the tip of the fist suddenly became incomparably hot. It was even hotter than the blazing sun, and directly smashed over. The female devil cultivator's face darkened. She raised both of her hands, and a ball of devil chi appeared in front of her. The devil chi quickly transformed into a strange devil head, and when Su Yun's fist attacked, the devil head immediately opened its mouth and bit towards the fist. However, a shocking scene appeared. The devil bit his wrist, but was unable to stop it. On the contrary, the fist was like a hot knife through butter, piercing through the devil head and directly striking the female devil cultivator's chest. Dong! The female devil cultivator was sent flying, retreating more than 100 meters. Looking down, there was a large hole in his chest, and balls of pitch-black flames were still burning. The female devil cultivator's face changed. She immediately sat down cross-legged and activated the profound chi to extinguish the fire. However, what was even more shocking was that Su Yun's current strength was actually so terrifying. With a low growl, he waved his fist and once again punched towards the female devil cultivator. Seeing that, the other elders anxiously rushed over. No longer being polite, they all rushed towards Su Yun's hands and feet. Although they did not know what had happened to Su Yun, his performance had already threatened these people. No one would take Su Yun's life, but no matter what, they would cripple his hands and feet, making him unable to fight. Then, just at this time, a figure suddenly rushed over from afar, straight towards Su Yun, who was surrounded by the elders. The devil chi was dense. His entire body was like a dense fog. When he got close to Su Yun, he consecutively released 28 palms, each palm striking his body, each palm striking into the profound strength. Su Yun's body trembled a few times. The terrifying scarlet yellow eyes suddenly flashed and returned to their original color. He stood in the middle of the crowd for a moment, then fell down again, unconscious. When the elders saw this, they quickly turned to look at the newcomer. When they saw the newcomer, they quickly knelt down on one knee and shouted loudly, "Greetings, great clan elder. Yo, the great clan elder is here. It's great that you're here. Quickly come and help me. I'm in trouble here." As if he had seen his savior, he scratched the back of his head and laughed. Chapter 656. The person who came was called the Round Demon, and from the looks of it, he was an old man with dark skin and long hair. He was not eye-catching, but he was a powerful character, nicknamed the Eight-Armed Death Demon. His special skill was to produce 8 arms and use 8 profound techniques at the same time. His power was boundless. He was an old veteran of the Devil Sect. He had experienced 3 generations of sect masters. His cultivation was extremely profound. Even if it was 8 teeth, he would still have to be respectful. The Round Demon nodded lightly, then cupped his fist towards Octagon Aniseed, Vice Sect Leader. "Great Clan Elder, it's great that you're here. Quickly take a look. What exactly is going on with the Demon Lord? Why'd he suddenly go crazy? Furthermore, when he goes berserk, it's really too scary. Elder Mo, who went to the Heart Demon Sect, was injured by him. This doesn't seem like the strength of a 4th-stage Sky Spirit Master cultivator at all." Octagon Aniseed hurriedly said with a look of lingering fear on his face. The Round Demon waved away the surrounding elders and walked towards Su Yun, who was lying on the ground. Standing in front of him, He squatted down and placed his hand on his skin. In that moment, a burning sensation came, and the place where the round demon's hand touched Su Yun's skin started to emit white smoke. The round demon's expression suddenly changed. Great Clan Elder, what's going on? Is the demon lord all right? Octagon Aniseed had a worried look on his face. It wasn't easy for someone to take on the position of demon lord. He can't die. Otherwise, we'll have to choose another demon lord. Sigh. It's too troublesome. I don't want to be an etiquette master anymore. Vice sect leader, I might have to disappoint you. Lord Demon Lord will not die for the time being. The round demon stood up, turned his head, and said to the people around him, Lord Demon Lord is not affected by the devil power of the Demon Lord armor, but because of the blood in his body. Blood? What happened to the blood in his body? All the demons were suspicious. I don't know either, but this blood is extremely special. It seemed to have been in a sealed state before, but for some reason, it suddenly released a little of the seal, and for a while, I'm unable to explain it to everyone, but fortunately, this crack seems to have signs of repair, and if my guess is correct, the Demon Lord should be fine after a period of time. Go to the inner demon. You and Lord Demon Lord should go back and rest. Before long, Lord Demon Lord will be fine. The round demon said indifferently. With that said, Octagon Aniseed hurriedly patted his chest and heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. However, the Demon Monarch's blood is especially strange. I still have to inform the sect master of this matter. When the sect master comes out of seclusion, I need him to help the Demon Monarch. Those that have not been completed after the Demon Lord succession ceremony will be removed for the time being. Everyone, go about your duties. After the round demon finished speaking, he turned around and pointed at the void. He stepped into the dark sky and quickly disappeared. Go XNMO and the others hastily cupped their fists and said, Farewell, Grand Elder. After that, Chi-Go ordered people to bring Su Yun back to the Demon Lord's cave to recuperate. After Su Yun was brought to the Demon Lord's cave, Octagon Aniseed immediately arranged for 2 Devil Cultivator S to take care of Su Yun, almost never leaving his side. This continued for 3 days before Su Yun's scorching body gradually returned to normal temperature. His consciousness recovered, and he gradually woke up from his coma. Lord Demon Lord, you're awake? One of the Devil Cultivator who was guarding the cave immediately ran in when he sensed movement from the cave. When he saw Su Yun, who had just recovered from the erase seal, he immediately shouted anxiously, Master, you have just recovered. Please do not activate the profound chi. This subordinate will go and report to the vice sect leader. With that, he was about to leave. Wait. Su Yun, who felt dizzy and his entire body was in pain, anxiously called out to the Devil Cultivator. Devil Cultivator stopped in his tracks and turned around. What orders does Lord Demon Lord have? Why am I here? Su Yun patted his swollen head and asked. Master, you suddenly fainted during the ceremony. The elders wanted to treat you, but during the treatment, they suddenly went crazy. Fortunately, the Great Clan Elder arrived in time to stabilize your condition and then sent you to the cave to rest. The Devil Cultivator told Su Yun everything that had happened. Hearing that, Su Yun was shocked and astonished. He lowered his head in thought. After a long while, he waved his hand and said, You can go first. Yes. The Devil Cultivator turned and left the cave. After the Devil Cultivator left, Su Yun's heart was still unable to calm down. Why would he suddenly faint? Could it be that he was unable to withstand the magic power that he had inherited during the ceremony? Su Yun. Just as Su Yun was confused, a voice suddenly came from his side. Su Yun looked over, only to see a person flying out from the sword's sheath, and upon closer inspection, he saw that it was Ling Qingyu. Qingyu, Su Yun called out, your body seems to be different from ordinary people. Ling Qingyu walked over, circled around Su Yun, and said, What? Hearing that, Su Yun was shocked. Could it be that I'm not human? Who told you that you're not human? Ling Qingyu rolled her eyes at him snappily. I'm just saying, your body is a little special. Previously, you fainted during the ceremony, and it was also because of your body. What's the reason? Su Yun asked. He didn't understand either. The ceremony had suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes, he had returned to the cave. He had no memories of what had happened during that period of time. Speaking of which, what had happened? Suyin was filled with doubts, causing him to feel distressed. It seems like you don't know anything about this. Ling Qing shook her head and said, after you entered the true devil realm, I was woken up by the dense devil chi of the true devil realm. So I observed your movement from time to time, worried that you would fall into the hands of the devil cultivator, but the truth proved that I was overthinking it, but I never thought that you would actually become the successor of the true devil realm. When you were participating in the ceremony, I was watching from the side, so I was very clear about your changes. Then what's going on with me? What's the reason? I don't know the specific reason, but there's one thing that's very obvious. What changed? Before you fainted, all the blood in your body suddenly boiled, and at an astonishing rate, the temperature was too terrifying. It was simply unimaginable, if not for the monarch occult force and the Wanhua seed in your body working together to resist the high temperature. I'm afraid your body would have been burnt long ago. Ling Qing, you said with lingering fear. Previously, when you were unconscious, I secretly checked your body. Right now, all the profound qi in your body has been burnt away, and the monarch occult force and the Wanhua seed have suffered heavy injuries. So you will definitely be able to use them in the next year. Sai, if that change of yours happens again, without the help of these two items, the situation will not be good. Blood suddenly boiled and heated up. Hearing that, Su Yun was really confused. He could not understand at all. How could I be like this? Has this never happened before? Never. Did someone secretly use profound technique on you? That's unlikely. Su Yun shook his head. Most of my enemies are dead, of course. I can't exclude those fellows from Sword World's Cloud Heavenly Palace. But I am in the true devil realm. They don't have such a powerful sacred art, right? Ling Qing, you thought for a moment, then said, previously, when you were unconscious, I wanted to save you. But at that time, there were too many experts in the true devil sect, and I was not a devil cultivator. So I was afraid that they would attack me after I appeared. So I did not make a move, but the supreme expert of the true devil sect are as many as the hairs on an ox, and the great clan elder helped you in time. So you were fine. At that time, I heard from him that the blood in your body seemed to have been sealed, and during the ceremony, the seal on your blood was released a little, which is why such a situation occurred. Blood seal? How is this possible? My blood has always been very pure. Be serious. Ling Qing, you glared at him and said, the great clan elder said, the crack in your seal will heal itself, and this kind of situation might not happen in the future, but no matter what, you have to find a reason if you don't have this luck in the future, and there are no supreme expert by your side to help you. You might not even know how you will die. Hearing Ling Qing use words, Su Yun nodded his head seriously. After thinking for a while, Su Yun really did not know why his blood would behave so strangely. When the ceremony began, everything was fine, but when the elders sacrificed their blood to me, according to the rules, something happened. Qingyu, do you think there's a problem with the elders' blood? How could the blood of the elders be connected to the seal of your blood? Could it be that an elder deliberately sealed your blood and then unsealed it? That's not realistic. Ling Qing, you shook his head. Hearing that, Su Yun sighed. Maybe someone should know the answer to the question of your blood. Ling Qing, you suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, your parents, Su Shintian and Shan Shueshu." Ling Qing, you said, "Aren't you their son? You can go ask them." Makes sense. Su Yun nodded his head. Maybe this is something that the Su family has inherited. That's right. When I see your parents, I'll just ask them properly. She was about to say something when the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the cave. Seeing that, Ling Qingyu immediately returned to the sword sheath. Su Yun stood up and looked out of the cave, only to see Octagon Aniseed and Great Clan Elder Yuan Mo walking in. Seeing that Su Yun had woken up, Octagon Aniseed heaved a sigh of relief. Demon Lord, it's good that you're fine, but you scared me. I haven't been able to eat or sleep well these few days. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to the sect leader. Are you for real? Su Yun glanced at Octagon Aniseed. He felt that this guy was a little strange. Of course, he could still pretend. Everyone in the devil sect was serious, but this guy always revealed a weak look. It was unknown if this was his personality or if he could be like this. Demon Lord, are you feeling better now? Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Suyin cupped his fists and smiled. It's good that you're fine. The round demon nodded. Just then, Octagon Aniseed took out a pitch-black skull from somewhere and handed it over to Suyin. Since you're fine, let's continue with the last step of the ceremony. Octagon Aniseed laughed. Chapter 657. The last step. What is it? Suyin looked at the pitch-black skull and asked suspiciously. With a slight smile, he gently raised his hand, and the pitch-black skull flew up from his palm, floating in the air. The empty eye sockets of the skull once again ignited with demonic flames, and the flames became more and more intense. This is the Demon Lord's bone face, made from the skull of the previous Demon Lord. Only those who possess the Demon Lord's bone face can be called the Demon Lord, and this is equivalent to your keepsake. In the future, when you travel the 10,000 worlds, wearing this bone face will show your identity. Anyone who dares to touch you will have to think twice. The round demon said. So that's how it is. Suyin nodded. He only saw Octagon Aniseed reciting a few chants, and then the second half of the skeleton exploded, leaving only the first half. The fragments that exploded stuck to the inside of the skull, forming a strange pattern. What effect does this bone face have? Suyin took the bone mask and felt the dense devil chi on the mask, and could not help but ask. No, Octagon Aniseed laughed. It's just an ordinary mask. Ugh, could it be that it can't even compare to ordinary magic treasure? What are you saying? This was the Demon Lord's keepsake. How could an ordinary magic treasure compare to it? Demon Lord, if you want magic treasure, just say it. With your current identity, you can have as many as you want. Octagon Aniseed said with his eyes wide open. Hearing that, Suyin laughed awkwardly and did not say anything else. He placed the bone face in front of him, and the bone face automatically absorbed it. In an instant, devil chi filled his entire body, killing intent. Devil chi swept out in all directions like a flood, instantly filling the entire cave. Only then did Suyin understand. So the effect of the Demon Lord's bone face was to give him an imposing manner. Suyin took off the bone mask, and his heart was filled with emotions. With this, when he fought with others, even before the battle started, he would be able to win 3 points in terms of momentum. The Demon Monarch has succeeded the throne. This is a joyous event for our Devil Sect, but the Demon Monarch's current cultivation is too low. This is not a good thing. If you stay in the Devil Sect, at least the Devil Sect can protect your safety. But once you leave the Devil Sect and go to other places, it will be difficult for us to protect you. If you die, it will have a great impact on our Devil Sect, I think. Demon Monarch, if you do not wish to stay in the Devil Sect, are you willing to cultivate here for a period of time? Wait for your cultivation to increase, and when you have the ability to protect yourself, then leave. At this moment, the round demon spoke again. Hearing that, Suyin immediately cupped his fists and said happily, "If that's the case, it couldn't be better. All right then." The round demon nodded his head, his gaze landing on the 8 aniseed that was looking around. He said respectfully, "Eight-toothed Grandmaster, I will be leaving the sect to carry out a mission in the future. I will have to trouble you with the matter of helping the Demon Lord raise his cultivation." When Octagon Aniseed heard this, his face immediately turned bitter. I'm very busy. Vice Sect Leader, please don't decline. If there is no sect mission, I can leave this matter to the round demon. However, the round demon really can't get away. Please forgive me. The round demon cupped his fists and bowed. His attitude was extremely proper, and he didn't slack off at all. Since the round demon had already said so, it was not easy for him to refuse. Seeing that, Suyin was suspicious. This guy called Octagon Aniseed did not look like a Vice Sect Master at all. How did he become the Vice Sect Master of the Devil Sect? Through the back door? Pull strings? It didn't seem like it. This was not the Sky Martial Continent. Furthermore, a person with such a strong cultivation like the Yuan Demon was so respectful to him. Could it be that the 8 teeth he saw was just a superficial phenomenon, and he was actually an incredible person. After the round, Demon left. Octagon Aniseed seemed a little reserved, just like when he was in Black Demon Hall. I have to tell you with my eyes, I don't really know how to teach people. If you learn, if you can't understand, don't ask me, because I can't explain it clearly either. Octagon Aniseed said vaguely. Fine. Su Yun shrugged his shoulders. I will work hard to learn it myself. If you can't teach me, I can only blame myself for being unlucky. In any case, if the heavenly devil sex demon lord is killed by some nameless nobody, I can only blame myself for not working hard enough. No one will ever think that the real devil sect is too weak. Sai, all right. I will seriously teach you, Sai. He sighed, then said, Follow me. Your current cultivation is too weak. I will teach you some of the absolute arts of the devil's sect. How much you can learn will depend on yourself. With that, he walked out of the cave. Su Yun hurriedly followed. On top of the vast cloud mountain, there was a huge palace that was glowing with a rainbow light. In front of the palace, there were spirit cultivators going in and out. All of them were dressed in white Blade Master clothes, carrying long swords on their backs. All of them were extremely heroic, especially around all of them. There was an extremely sharp sword chi circling around them. At this moment, inside the palace, Jean Maluo, who was dressed in a golden-rimmed robe, knelt on the ground, his hands supporting the ground as he shouted in grief and indignation. Mistress, please take revenge for my daughter. At the top of the palace, there was a man dressed in a multicolored robe. This man's entire body was wrapped in multicolored light. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but looking at his aura, it was unknown how many times stronger he was than Jean Maluo. The battle in the Wanhua realm has caused my cloud heavenly palace to be pushed to the heart of the storm. Those powers that have always been friendly with the Wanhua realm have all denounced my cloud heavenly palace, requesting us to immediately stop our attacks on the Wanhua realm. We are already the target of public criticism and temporarily cannot go to the Wanhua realm. If not, my cloud palace will definitely be in trouble. The person above said indifferently. Jean Maluo opened his mouth, lowered his head, and said, It is this subordinate's fault. I originally thought that with the matter of Huailin, I would be able to make the people of the Wanhua realm submit, but this generation's Wanhua realm lord is extremely unusual. She did not agree to any of our requests, and would rather fight than take half a step back. If that's the case, then why did we lose the competition? The person above said coldly, If we had won the duel, then everything would not have been like this, and we would be able to openly state our conditions. If they agreed, then that would be fine, but if they did not, then the reason would still be with us, and in this way the other powers and sect would not be able to say anything, and we would have an excuse to use force against the Wanhua realm. But you have caused us to lose this duel, causing our entire plan to fail and all of our efforts to be in vain. So how can you still have the face to ask me to take revenge for your useless daughter and son-in-law? Jean Maluo lowered his head and did not speak. He did not dare to raise his head. Let's leave this matter like this for now. This Wanhua realm lord is different from the previous ones. She is the reincarnation of a supreme expert. She is extraordinary. We cannot act recklessly. Since there is no excuse, we can only wait for the opportunity to move and think of another way. The person above waved his hand and said indifferently, You can leave now. Jean Maluo bit his lower lip, but was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he said, Asgard Master, up till today, it is all because of this subordinate's incompetence, but we still have a chance to take the Wanhua realm. It is not that there is no way at all. As the sound of his voice faded, the eyes of the person above revealed a glint. Tell me about it. Yes, Asgard Master. Jean Maluo thought for a while, then continued. Actually, Asgard Master, in this duel, the person who spoiled this subordinate's good fortune is called Su Yun. He is the one who defeated my palace's disciples twice in a row. He is only at the 3rd stage of the Sky Spirit Master. His cultivation is not considered high, but he possesses an extraordinary sword technique. What sword technique is this? Limitless sword arts. Jean Maluo said seriously. He relied on this technique to consecutively defeat 2 of my palace's experts. Limitless sword arts? The expression of the person above changed. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Is that really the limitless sword arts? There's no mistake. If it wasn't for the limitless sword arts, no one would be able to control so many flying swords, much less transform all spirits into swords. That must be the limitless sword arts. Jean Maluo insisted. The person above became silent, and after a moment he said, "If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the limitless sword ancestor has reappeared? He has already disappeared for so many years. If he were to appear again, I'm afraid that the sword world will not be peaceful again. This person is at the third stage of the Sky Spirit Master, and even defeated Long Jiang and the others, so I don't say much, but after defeating Long Jiang, he killed my daughter, Phoenix Lady, killed my son-in-law, Xiao, Chan Tian. This subordinate has thought about it carefully. This should not be done by Su Yun. With his cultivation, it is impossible for him to do it. So this subordinate believes that there must be an expert secretly helping Su Yun to be able to kill two 10th-stage Sky Spirit Master existences so quickly. This person is most likely the Sword Ancestor. What does this have to do with us taking the Wanhua realm? The person above asked indifferently. Why doesn't it matter? Jean Maluo said, the limitless Sword Ancestor has been unhindered in the myriad realms for countless years, and has offended many people over the years, and many supreme experts wish that they could personally kill him, imprison his soul, and refine his soul. And now that he has appeared, and the location of his appearance is the Wanhua realm, as long as we spread the news of the limitless Sword Ancestor's appearance in the Wanhua realm, causing his enemies to personally rush to the Wanhua realm to search for the whereabouts of the Sword Ancestor, then we will have a chance. At that time, countless supreme expert will rush into the Wanhua realm, and it will definitely cause chaos in the Wanhua realm, and we can take advantage of the chaos to attack and carry out the plan so that the Wanhua realm will definitely fall. With that said, the person above fell silent once again. After a long while, he nodded his head lightly. This method of yours is not bad, but you and I do not know if the Sword Ancestor really exists in the Wanhua realm. If these people search once and do not see any trace of the Sword Ancestor, they will only leave, and I'm sure that the Wanhua Realm Lord will definitely ignore these supreme experts who came to seek revenge on the Sword Ancestor, and hide if they can. If that's the case, we still won't have a chance, so your message should be like this. Just say that the Sword Ancestor's proud disciple, Su Yun, has a close relationship with the people of Realm Tree, and if you want to know the whereabouts of the Sword Ancestor, you have to find Su Yun. If they can't find Su Yun, they will go to the Realm Tree to ask the Realm Master. In this way, it will be impossible for the Realm Master to stay out of this matter. Hearing that, Jean Maluo was truly impressed and immediately shouted, Asgard Master is wise. Although he was the one who suggested the plan, the Asgard Master only needed to slightly change it to solve all the problems. If it was carried out like this, it would not only cause chaos in the Wanhua realm, it would also allow him to take revenge, and Su Yun and the Sword Ancestor would not be able to escape. Hurry up and do it, the person above said indifferently. Yes, this subordinate will take his leave. Chapter 658. In front of a pitch-black pool of water, two figures sat cross-legged. One was Octagon Aniseed, and the other was Su Yun. Su Yun sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, but at the moment, his expression was extremely distorted, as though he was in extreme discomfort. The pool of water in front of him emitted a disgusting stench. Bubbles rose from the surface of the water, making it look like a completely polluted hot spring. Qi circulates through the heavens, 3 rounds of the valley-turning pool, and then through the main Qi meridian into the Dantian. Octagon Aniseed opened his eyes and said. Su Yun immediately did as he was told. He felt the devil Qi in his body slowly flowing through his body, and every time it passed, waves of bone-piercing cold would attack him. After an unknown period of time, the bone-piercing feeling slowly dissipated. Only then did Octagon Aniseed open his mouth and shout, All right, you can stop first. Su Yun immediately stopped the circulation of the devil Qi, heaved a sigh of relief, and laid on the ground to rest. However, Octagon Aniseed did not allow Su Yun to be so lazy. He pulled on Su Yun's clothes and said, "You cannot be too hasty in your cultivation, but you cannot be negligent. Your comprehension is not bad. You learned all of these things before, but this is not enough. Quickly, drink it." "Drink what?" Su Yun was startled. He looked at Octagon Aniseed in shock. Octagon Aniseed extended his hand and pointed at the disgusting pond water in front of him, saying, "Of course I'm going to drink this demon-nurturing water. Drink it all. Not a single drop is left." "What?" Su Yun was extremely shocked. His face instantly turned pale white. "Drink this thing? How is this possible? Such a disgusting thing. Not to mention drinking it all. He couldn't even take a sip." "You don't want to?" Octagon Aniseed asked curiously. "You are really picky. This demon-nurturing water is something that countless devil cultivator can't drink even if they wanted to. Because you're the demon lord, I let you use it, but I never thought that you would actually be so picky." The corner of Su Yun's mouth twitched. He wanted to reject, but looking at Octagon Aniseed's serious and tender face, and then looking at the pitch-black water, he fiercely gasped for breath, then pinched his nose, and with a splash, jumped into the pool Gudong. Gudong, the water in the pool bubbled rapidly. Octagon Aniseed stood at the edge of the pond, looked at Su Yun who was inside the pond, and said, "After drinking all of this, I will teach you some rules and knowledge regarding the quiet world. In the remaining time, we will head to the quiet world to cultivate." Just as he finished speaking, a figure rushed out of the pool. He climbed ashore in a sorry state and fell to the ground, vomiting. "Ayaya, what a waste, what a waste." Octagon Aniseed ran over. Looking at the filth on the ground that Su Yun had spat out, he felt his heart ache and exclaimed, "How precious is this pool water? How many people want to drink it? Yet you are wasting it like this, really too? It's too disgusting. After drinking a mouthful, I feel like my stomach is extremely swollen and painful. Moreover, the stench is unbearable. Even my profound energy can't suppress this stench. Is this really something that a human can drink?" After Su Yun coughed violently, he said hoarsely. Hearing that, Octagon Aniseed could not help but shake his head. "Lord Demon Lord, if you can't even endure this little bit of suffering, how can you talk about cultivation? This cultivation, the further you go, the more difficult it will be to cultivate. In the future, there will be thousands of times more difficult things waiting for you. If you can't even endure this, I think you should just give up on cultivation and use this fourth stage of Sky Spirit Master to protect yourself." Octagon Aniseed's words were very sincere and reasonable. These words seemed to have reached the bottom of Su Yun's heart. Indeed, these hardships were only small ones. If he couldn't even deal with these now, how would he be able to face the great calamity in the future? After Su Yun heard that, he became silent. After about 3 breaths of time, he once again jumped into the pitch-black and smelly pond water. At this moment, he couldn't even see his head. He could only see waves of intense bubbles continuously appearing on the surface of the pond. Seeing this, Octagon Aniseed smiled, glanced at the pond water a few times, and then laid down on the ground to rest. After an unknown period of time, the water level of the pond slowly dropped. Su Yun, who was in the pond, was still gulping down mouthfuls of water. Although the pond water was extremely stinky and painful to drink, what was amazing was that once the pond water entered one's stomach, it wouldn't last for more than 10 breaths of time before disappearing without a trace. Sensing the change, Su Yun immediately endured the stench and continued to swallow. Half an hour later, the entire pool of water had dried up. Su Yun laid at the bottom of the pond, panting heavily. Ever since his cultivation had reached the spirit soul realm, he had not eaten or drunk much, and did not need to rely on the 5 grains at all. However, this time, he felt an unprecedented sense of fullness. He tried his best to stand up, exhaled a breath of foul air, and glanced at the shore, only to see that Octagon Aniseed had actually fallen asleep on the ground. With his cultivation, did he still need to sleep? Su Yun walked over snappily and struck his back with his palm. Pow! Wah! Octagon Aniseed was like a frightened leopard cat. He suddenly jumped up and looked around, his mouth trembling as he shouted, "Who sneak attacked me? I am the vice sect master of the true devil sect, who sneak attacked me. Lord sect leader, it's me. Su Yun breathed out a stinky breath at him and glared at him. Seeing Su Yun, he was startled for a moment, then scratched the back of his head and laughed. Yo, so it's Lord Demon Lord. Why is Lord here? What's the matter? Su Yun. Seeing that Su Yun did not say a word, his face was filled with black chi. Octagon Aniseed suddenly understood and said, Oh, I remember now. I brought you here to cultivate. Did you finish drinking the pond water? I've finished drinking, Su Yun said with a cold face. He looked behind Su Yun, and seeing that the pond water had already dried up, he immediately clapped his hands, laughed, and immediately changed the topic. Not bad, Lord Demon Lord. Let's quickly proceed to the next stage. With that, he pulled Su Yun's hand and ran forward, not allowing Su Yun to flare up. Su Yun suppressed his anger and asked, What exactly is the use of that pond water? What is it? Do you still feel uncomfortable? Octagon Aniseed turned his head and asked with a smile. I don't feel anything now. At first, my stomach was extremely swollen, but now I feel like there's nothing in my body. Su Yun asked, Why did you drink this pond water? For what? Of course it's for your body. Octagon Aniseed chuckled. Body? Look. Octagon Aniseed walked to a pitch-black boulder, extended a finger, and pointed at the boulder. He did not use any profound chi, nor did he use any strength, as he gently poked his finger into the boulder. Crack! In an instant, the center of the boulder was pierced through, and then the entire boulder shattered. Seeing that, Su Yun was extremely shocked. This boulder was not an ordinary boulder from the Sky Martial Continent. If such a boulder was placed in a place like the true devil realm that was overflowing with devil chi, it would have long turned into sand. The stones of the true devil realm were all even harder than steel. That demonic water is not ordinary water. Drinking it can strengthen your body and allow your body to transform into a devil origin body. This kind of body is comparable to a divine spirit. That pool is not an ordinary pool. In fact, it is the tomb of my true devil sex ancestor, and the body of my ancestor is buried there. After his body dissipated, it turned into a pool, and only a drop of water came out of this pool every day. After many years, it became the devil pool that it is today, and what you drank today is the reserve of my devil sect for 3,000 years. This demonic water can only be enjoyed by those with merit and virtue in the true devil sect. Octagon Aniseed said very seriously. Combined with his young and tender face, he seemed to be out of place. But after Su Yun heard it, he was naturally extremely shocked. He never thought that this demonic water would be so precious. With this demonic water to strengthen your body, you can enter the quiet world. Octagon Aniseed laughed. Quiet world? Speaking of which, you haven't told me what this quiet world is yet. As for the quiet world, it's a special realm. It's not big inside. It should be as big as our true devil sect, but it's very special inside. The flow of time inside is nearly 50 times slower than the outside, which means that 1 year inside is 50 years outside. There's such a special place. Su Yun was startled. He suddenly thought of the mystical world that Nangong Wen Tian had created back then in the Nangong family. Wasn't that 100 years in the inner realm and a blink of an eye in the outer realm? Thinking about the Nangong family, Su Yun couldn't help but think of Huairo Muyu. He hoped that all of this would end early, and when he had the time, he would go to the Huairo family to visit her. He didn't know if her Chamber of Commerce had successfully entered the Beiyang, but he had once told He Yu that with his help, Huairo Muyu should have already entered the Beiyang Earth realm. Vice Sect Leader, you said that you need to strengthen your body to enter the quiet world. What do you mean by that? Could it be that there are some dangers in this quiet world? It's useless for you to ask so much now. You'll know once you go in and take a look. Octagon Aniseed sold a bit of suspense, then continued forward. The two of them followed a dusty and winding path. Along the way, they did not see a single disciple of the devil sect, so it was likely that this was a very quiet place. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Octagon Aniseed finally slowed down. At the end of the small path was a small pagoda that was about 5 meters tall. There was a door in front of the pagoda, and beside the door was a white-haired and tanned old devil cultivator who was dozing off. When he saw it from afar, he smiled and called out, "Yo, Lord Lu, how have you been recently?" This call woke the old devil cultivator up. He opened his eyes and looked over, and when he saw Octagon Aniseed walking towards him, he was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, "This subordinate greets vice sect leader. Ayaya, how many times have I told you not to be so courteous to me? Why can't you remember?" Octagon Aniseed immediately helped the old devil cultivator up and said with a face full of reproach. The old man immediately agreed, his attitude and movements extremely nervous. Su Yun was very suspicious. This Octagon seemed to be quite improper. Was there a need for this old man to be like this? "I have received the orders of the sect master to train for Lord Demon Lord. Quickly open the gate to the quiet world. We're going to the quiet world," Octagon Aniseed said with a smile. "This subordinate will immediately open the door," the old man hurriedly said. After that, he took off a pitch-black key from his waist, walked to the door, and injected the profound chi into the key. The key released a black light and scattered on the door of the tower. In an instant, a large number of cracks appeared on the door of the tower, and like a ferocious beast opening its mouth, it opened. Chapter 659. A Quiet World. When Su Yun stepped into this miraculous world, what welcomed him was not the dense devil chi of the true devil realm, nor was it the calm and tranquil ultimate martial world. Instead, it was a terrifying high temperature that could melt a person's body. The moisture in his skin was almost instantly roasted into gas and evaporated. Even his protective chi had no time to react. Look again. There were 10 suns floating in the sky. These suns almost filled the entire sky, and their scorching light scorched the earth crazily. The ground was almost entirely made up of rocks. There was no soil, no vegetation, and it was even more impossible for living beings to exist. This was a completely barren land. Su Yun felt that his profound chi was like a wilted flower. It was difficult to accumulate. Facing this kind of temperature, any spirit cultivator would probably find it hard to endure. As he thought this, the Octagon Aniseed beside him remained calm and collected. "This is the quiet world." Octagon Aniseed sat on the ground and laughed. "There will be 10 suns during the day and 10 moons at night. The day will be extremely hot, and the night will be cold and frozen. If a mortal comes here, they will be roasted into gas in less than a breath of time, and only the existence of the Spirit Emperor can ignore the climate here. Su Yun, in the remaining time, you will be cultivating my devil sex cultivation technique here." In that case, could it be that Octagon Aniseed has the cultivation of the Spirit Emperor? Su Yun was secretly shocked, but what was even more shocking was the last sentence of Octagon Aniseed. He opened his eyes wide. "I can't even store profound chi here. What cultivation technique is there to talk about? I can't store it well." Octagon Aniseed laughed. "If you can't accumulate it here, then you can accumulate it after training. Then when you go outside, wouldn't you be able to accumulate profound chi as you please? Furthermore, this way, your profound chi will be tempered, and your spirit essence will be strengthened. Won't your cultivation also become stronger?" "That makes sense. I'm actually speechless." Su Yun was speechless. He took out a silver-edged black sword from somewhere, and then retreated 1,000 meters, separating himself from Su Yun. He gathered his devil chi, and his whole body was enveloped in waves of devil will. Su Yun hurriedly widened his eyes. Originally, he thought that Octagon Aniseed would use a shocking and exquisite sword technique. However, he held onto the demon's sword and stood there motionlessly. "What are you doing?" Su Yun could not help but mutter. "Demon Lord, do you understand our true devil sect?" At this time, Octagon Aniseed suddenly shouted and asked loudly, "I don't even know much about your true devil realm." Su Yun replied, "You're really straightforward." Octagon Aniseed shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then I'll tell you about my devil sex cultivation technique. Devil sect cultivation methods are strange and ever-changing. However, my devil sect cultivation methods only pay attention to one word, and that is ruthlessness. The Devil sect has always been adhering to the demonic nature of cultivation. No matter who it is, no one dares to forget their demonic roots while cultivating. The word devil stresses on killing, decisiveness, viciousness, and being able to repay kindness and revenge quickly. Therefore, my Devil sect's cultivation method is the same. The Devil sect's techniques don't have too many complicated moves. In fact, every technique has at most 3 moves and at least 1 move. Although there aren't many moves, it's all about killing with 1 move. At this moment, Octagon Aniseed also became serious. His expression was upright, and at this moment, he had the demeanor of a Vice sect master. 1 move? Isn't it quite similar to the Lotus Star Sword art? Su-Yin thought. Crash! At this moment, the sound of howling wind suddenly rang out. Su-Yin anxiously looked towards Octagon Aniseed, only to see him holding onto his sword with 1 hand. The sword body slanted to the ground, his eyes blood-red, his expression sinister. The slender sword body was circled by several terrifying devil chi-s, like many venomous snakes swaying. At the same time, the ground quickly trembled, and at the center of Octagon Aniseed, a large number of demonic patterns appeared. These demonic patterns quickly spread out in all directions like vines, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a huge array. Devil Windbreak. Octagon Aniseed growled and threw the sword in his hand into the distance. Rumble. All of the devil chi on the terrifying greatsword in his hand flew out. They were like a gust of wind blowing into the distance. However, after flying for less than 100 meters, the devil chi quickly gathered together and transformed into a 100-meter-long giant tiger. With an unstoppable aura, it smashed into a huge rock in the distance. Roar! The demonic tiger attacked without hesitation. The stone was like paper and was directly turned into powder. However, the demonic tiger did not stop and continued to charge forward. Very quickly, it disappeared without a trace. Su-Yin watched in a daze, almost forgetting himself. Such a marvelous technique made him feel like he was reminiscing. Was this the Devil sect's sword technique? Do you know it? Octagon Aniseed kept the demon's sword and said proudly. Not at all. Su-Yin regained his senses, shook his head, and said honestly. How could he learn it just by looking at it once? You're too stupid. You used a move and didn't say anything. How could I? Su-Yin crossed his arms in front of his chest and shook his head. Ugh. All right, then I'll tell you the main points. However, this is only my understanding. If you don't understand, then I can't do anything about it. After he finished speaking, he leaned over and started to talk nonstop. When he taught people, he was practically dancing with joy, and his words were lacking. There were some words that he might not be able to understand if he did not imagine them. Octagon Aniseed finished explaining the general idea in a somewhat muddled manner, but Su-Yin listened seriously. After he finished speaking, he sat on the ground and thought by himself. The 10 suns in the sky roasted the place like a furnace. The profound chi around Su-Yun's body became weaker and weaker. It was no longer able to protect his flesh body, but he was still immersed in his thoughts, unable to extricate himself. Seeing this, Octagon Aniseed, who was at the side, moved to his back, extended his hand, and gently placed it on the back of his body, releasing the devil chi. At this moment, the devil chi was not pitch black, but waves of grayish black. They turned into a chi barrier that enveloped Su-Yin, isolating him from the sinister fire Sunday. Su-Yun's skin that was roasted red finally recovered, and the perspiration on his forehead also slowly disappeared, a cool feeling gradually rising. After an unknown period of time, he regained his senses and looked around. Vice sect leader Octagon Aniseed, who was standing at the back, removed the devil chi and asked, "Do you know it?" "Not really." Su-Yin shook his head, then stood up and pulled out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. He was about to accumulate devil chi and execute this move according to his own understanding. However, just as he was about to accumulate chi, he suddenly realized that this was a quiet world, and the environment was especially harsh. It was not easy to accumulate devil chi. Previously, When Octagon Aniseed had so easily executed this sword strike, it could be seen that his cultivation was not ordinary. No cultivation technique could be learned in a short period of time. Although Su Yun had learned a lot of cultivation techniques, there were still many profound cultivation techniques that he had not completely grasped. This required time to accumulate. He clenched his teeth and activated his spirit core and chi meridian with all his might, forcing out the devil chi in his body and gathering it on the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword in his hand. This sword strike was about exploding out. He clearly knew that Octagon Aniseed could have quickly unleashed this sword strike, but in order to let himself see it clearly, he deliberately slowed down his movements. The devil chi in his body finally gathered on the sword with great difficulty. At this moment, Su Yun's entire body was covered in perspiration. His breathing had also become hurried. He looked at the sword in his hand, but there was only a thin layer of devil chi. It was a world of difference compared to the majestic sword of Octagon Aniseed. He felt that he could not hold on any longer, so he clenched his teeth and waved his hand forward. Huff the devil chi blew like a gentle breeze, drifting into the distance, but not long after, it disappeared without a trace. Seeing that, Su Yun sat on the ground, gasping for breath. No, just this alone is far from enough. Octagon Aniseed shook his head, pointed at Su Yun and shouted, "Demon Lord, quickly get up and continue to urge your sword. I feel that my body is very weak right now. That sword strike just now seemed to have consumed more than half of my profound chi. It's too difficult to activate the profound chi here. Activating the profound chi here is equivalent to activating 10 times the normal profound chi." Su Yun's voice was somewhat hoarse. I don't care. Octagon Aniseed snorted. "Since you're here, you have to practice well. What was that sword strike just now? Hurry up and get up to practice." Seeing that the usually lazy Octagon Aniseed was now so serious, Su Yun felt embarrassed to sit. He immediately held his breath, stood up, and continued to brandish the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. It was still the same. Accumulating profound chi was extremely difficult. This sword strike was even more difficult than the previous one. Su Yun raised a profound chi for an entire incense stick of time, and only then did a thin layer of devil chi appear on the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword body. Don't be in such a hurry to swing it out. Continue to raise your chi. Octagon Aniseed clenched his fists and said nervously, as if he was the one who was accumulating profound chi. Hearing that, Su Yun clenched his teeth and continued to accumulate chi. The profound chi was like a dried-up spring, slowly emerging from the spirit core, sloppily passing through the chi meridian and rushing towards the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword in his hand. Su Yun's body started to tremble because all of the profound chi was rushing towards the sword. It could no longer protect his body. The high temperature brought by the scorching sun almost made him faint. It was hard to imagine that the current him, who was already at the 4th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, was unable to resist such a temperature. Persevere. Seeing that Su Yun's body was trembling, Octagon Aniseed still refused to let Su Yun swing the sword and continued to cheer him on. However, before he could shout for long, he heard a bang, and the devil chi on the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword exploded, sending Su Yun flying. The profound chi fluctuated, causing a collision, and then an explosion. This was a common occurrence in spirit cultivators' cultivation. He fell to the ground, his face covered in dirt. When he got up, his sword had already fallen to the side. Seeing this, Octagon Aniseed revealed an incomparably disappointed expression. "No, it's still not enough. Quick, get up and continue training." Su Yun stared at the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword with determination. He crawled up, grabbed the sword, and continued to raise his chi. Although he had no strength left in his body, the stubbornness in his heart that refused to admit defeat made it impossible for him to stop. His sister was still waiting for him to save her. Sword Ancestor was still waiting for him to find his soul. If he did not raise his cultivation, It would be impossible for him to contend against the supreme sect, and it would be impossible for him to risk his life to find his soul. Now was the time for him to cultivate and for his strength. The more he thought, the more determined he became. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.